Hello, good day, good morning, everybody. We're back with round 9 of Sharjah Masters 2025. With you will be me, Grandmaster Tom Kantans, and Women International Master Raluca Sgîrcea. Hello.
Hi, Toms. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final excitement of this tournament.
Final excitement.
Final
That's a good way,
excitement.
good way to put it. Yeah. Nothing is clear. We're in the last round. We have no idea who is going to be the winner. There are multiple options available. Let's say that who could actually come out in top. But we know more or less what is the situation right now. Today we can take a look at the standings immediately, since it is the last round and it's the most important stuff. The standings, who is gonna be winning the tournament. So we have Anish Giri and Nordberg Abusatoros sharing with 6 out of 8. Of course, if one of them wins and is sole first place, then yeah, they also win the tournament, of course. But if they both draw, then there are possibilities still for other players to actually overtake them. So what is interesting that we see in the position now 3, Aditya Mittal. We didn't look at his games too much because he was playing on the signboard a little bit lower technically in the pairings on board 12, but he all the time had a lot of points anyways. And so since there's no camera feed on that board, we didn't see much of his games. And now he's playing against Anish Giri today. So if you know somebody cannot find a pairing Anish, then it's because he's playing on board 12. And yeah, there is the situation that, of course, yeah, he has the best tiebreak. So best tiebreak from the group of 5.5. That's why he's in the third position right now. So he is, in case of a win, he is actually very, very close to actually winning the tournament, which
Yeah.
is very, very crazy. Just like that, such a silent claw to the top, just, and we didn't, yeah, like not on the very, very top boards all the time, but all the time, like winning, drawing somewhere, and then has the chance for the highest of the places. And then, of course, we have Ivic, Sgîrcea, and Indic. So those are still the players who have good enough Buchholz to have some chances to overtake Giri or Abusatoro in case they make a draw. But yeah, other people have less possibilities to do that. But of course, the first tiebreak is the direct encounter. So in case there are draws, then it is Buchholz, which is further determining the standings there. And I think that there is nobody in the group of 5.5 against who Giri or Abusatoro won. Is that correct?
I think. What about Sargisian? Did Giri?
No,
No, not Sargisian. No, maybe not. No.
no.
Made a
Yeah,
draw against Ivic. Made a draw against Indic. And what about? Well,
yeah.
yeah.
Actually, from the top 6 places, Indic is the only person who has lost the game. All
I
the
think
other,
he's also one of the few who has played a lot of people from the top.
yeah, he has, yeah, but actually, as the standings are so close together, then this top or not top, it's sometimes changing just half a point, 1 point, yeah. So that if it comes down to the Buchholz, it's very, very tricky. The pairings. What can we say about the pairings? What is the first thing you want to point out or look at today?
Well,
We're gonna,
I'm looking forward to an exciting round on exciting game on board one because I think Abdusatoro will try to win. He knows that nothing is certain until the very end. And of course, I was very excited yesterday to see the fellow Romanian Duco Gavrilescu, playing on the fourth board. So finally, we're going to see him today in the broadcast. We're going to take a look at his games. He's playing against Sam Sevian with the black pieces. He's not going to have an easy round, of course, but I'm rooting for him. I hope he gets a good result.
Yeah, we'll definitely look at that game in some way, of course. But the main focus probably for us is going to be top 3 boards today and board 12. So
Yes.
those are the boards where the winner of the tournament will be decided. So yeah, here we don't see any Sgîrcea, but we do see him here
Here.
on board 12.
You
Or
know, I was curious why Aditya Mittal has an assigned board, because I knew that usually you have an assigned board if you are streaming, if you are broadcasting like Salem, or if there's some sort of disability involved. And I did find out that he is a disabled player, and it's because he had an accident when he was 12, and he had some problems in his leg. He fell, and then he was left disabled. But he's a very promising player. He became an IM with 12 years. And unfortunately, this accident held him back for a little while. But look at him now. He's back here fighting on the top board.
yeah, this is very inspiring. This
Yeah.
kind of. Uh, and we'll see this game definitely today. We'll follow it as closely as we can. And okay,
We have some. We have some
yeah,
moves.
we have moves. Yes, we can go on to the moves. There was some point about the today's pairings or standings that I wanted to point out, but maybe I will remember it later, since at the moment I did forget what I wanted to. Oh, yeah. So little note is that there are quite a lot of players who have withdrawn from the tournament, and this is
Right.
actually right now rather bad news for Anish Giri for his tiebreak, because he did play against Parham Maksudlu, who, after scoring half a point in last 3 rounds, then is not playing the ninth round, and that means that despite him had played with a so strong opponent, he's not going to be getting any Buchholz points from that one. So that's always very, very important to note that you can't get any extra Buchholz points.
I think at some point there was a rule, which I don't know if it's still in place. I have to check, that if one of your opponents withdrew from the tournament, and then for your Buchholz you would get half. So here, half the points, so 4.5. Considering that Max Outlaw has 4 points, Giri might get 4.5 for Buchholz.
I think it was. I don't know about withdrawing. Actually, I've never heard this rule. It could be that some new rules are
A, a
added, of
long a
course.
long time ago
Oh, because
it
I
was
know
like
that
that, but I don't know now.
I know there's a rule that in case you get a bye,
Mhm.
then it's actually not so bad, especially like in the first round your opponent doesn't show up or something, because in case of a bye, your Buchholz is calculated as the half of the points in that point group where you got a bye. So if you get in a first round a bye, then it means it's guaranteed 4.5 points in the Buchholz for that player, for
So
example.
maybe it was like that. What I was thinking about. Maybe it was this rule that you are mentioning.
But this rule, what you said, it would make a lot of sense in some cases, because well, there are unpleasant situations when players do withdraw, and because of that, somebody else doesn't miss out on some prizes, which maybe they would otherwise get. But there also, of course, then there can be cases that you can specially withdraw because you know that you are not going to win, and you can try to help out somebody with the Buchholz points.
Yeah, I think that's next level help.
And what do we think about the opening? Some moves are coming in.
We have an accelerated dragon from Abdusatorov. I'm very excited about that because I play the accelerated dragon. So let's see what he has to show here. We
Yeah,
didn't see the Maroxy.
Yeah, that is surprising that we didn't see Morozzi, but it seems that the surprise element is not there. That Amin is just completely ready what to do. And let's see
Rook
what.
e8 was not the main move there on move 8 after bishop b3, rook e8. It's more of a modern
Here,
approach to this here. I think the main moves here are d6 and queen a5.
yeah, this is like statistically the main, but I think rook e8. I remember it being
Has
like the
been
strongest
played.
move. I
Yeah,
remember.
yeah. There's been a lot of analysis on rook e8. The
Yeah,
idea
rook.
being d5, no? Sometimes.
Yeah, in some of the lines there is d5 in case of I think it was f3, and then we are either d5. There have been some draws also
Mhm.
like immediately with d5, but we can also play an approach with e6, d5, and rook is very well placed on
That's right.
the e file. And this is like the classical pawn structure setup that white could want, and the rook e8 is just strictly aimed against it. So now after h3, it's not really so effective anymore because queen has the f3 square. This is the very, very big difference after d5 moves in that position. So now black has to switch to the regular setup, and now knight a5. Knight a5 is placed
Totally new.
from the liches. Quick look in the liches database. That's a new move, and that's why, understandably, it's taking a moment now.
I'm very interested in this game, so I'm going to check if knight a5 is indeed a very new move, or maybe it has been played before, but it's not in the liches database. So let's see here.
Bishop a2. So just retreating, very logical. Of course, you could argue that you don't want to waste time going back with the bishop, but it's a powerful bishop. It's just a very powerful bishop, so it makes sense to just get one square back with it. And black is gonna try to probably put the knight on c4 rather soon.
So it is a new move. I'm looking at this position, and only bishop d7 and a6 existed after a4. There were only 3 games played, funnily enough, by Yakuboev.
So
And yeah,
a fellow countryman for the Abasutaro.
so let's see. Just
I'm kind of surprised though that he was doing so convincingly quickly moves, and after knight a5 now he's taking a moment, since this is the humanly the first move that comes to your mind. Knight a5, you go back, bishop a2.
maybe he's just trying to remember his preparation. I don't expect him to be out of book so soon. Yeah.
Yeah, probably he was clearly aware what to do immediately after the some other move, maybe castle, giving up the knight, because it didn't make sense also after knight a5 not to spend time in defending it and just castle and just let black take here and you recapture with the knight. Later you have a5 coming soon and rather quick with getting all the pieces out.
So he plays a6.
Intending queen c7,
Mm-hmm.
taking control of the b5 square from the knight jumps, because yeah, we would like knight to come to c4. So something like castle, probably we can expect queen c7, then we probably should not allow the knight there, so I don't know, queen d3 or queen e2.
And is that a transposition? I see there's one game showing up now.
It seems to be some sort of, and then either bishop b6, bishop b7 and rook c8, or just bishop d7, and yeah, we have some attempts to put the knight on c4. Yeah, there's some game from this kind of position, and was rather equal game. Following here, and then some e5, and interesting stuff. I think it's guaranteed to have a very fighting game here today.
Yeah, I was thinking that bishop d7 followed by rook c8 also made a lot of sense to get the knight to c4 quickly. That's why I was a bit surprised by a6.
Maybe then
But
b4,
then,
b5 could come if we don't play a6.
yes. Yeah, that might be the issue, yeah.
Or simply, although b4 we can play also now. I wonder how. Yeah, but
How
I
is
would
it
like to
different?
castle. I would like to castle. I don't really feel comfortable.
Go for the principled approach.
This looks tempting, but at the same time it looks wrong. So
No, I
yeah,
think castles will be played. Black should be prepared for b5 in these positions. What if he just plays bishop d7
yeah, I go castle.
and rook c8 or queen c7? No, I think rook c8, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe. Oh, I have a knight hanging. Okay, I gotta take care of that one, and we can go to the knight to c4 from the other side as well, equally
Yeah,
well.
that's what I was trying to achieve here. So you're gonna take. And here probably with a bishop, yeah?
Yeah, that's on queen d3. This actually I would like to play, unless
And
there's
queen
some tactic.
c7.
I don't know.
Some bishop before? No, because you take with a knight. I don't see a knight jump, bishop move. But that would help me.
Yeah, perhaps rook c1. If I set up a5 and c4, I'm good. But also knight d5 is appearing already slowly as an
Yeah.
idea here. It's knight d5, then takes and c4. That's the game I want going on.
I was hoping to get knight d7 to e5, but if I go knight d7 now, I get my bishop trapped, right? There's b5.
There's also bishop
But
takes c3.
pawn takes e6. Queen c6 defense. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So it is possible from that perspective, but
But maybe you can play f4 and just stop my plan altogether.
oh yeah, that's what. Although I can still lose a pawn then after bishop takes c3 and takes an e4.
Yes. And it's not the end of the world that I give up my dark square bishop there.
Probably that's fine to do, yeah. And if I can play knight d5?
Here I thought I could take. You're gonna take with a queen, of course. And okay, let's go e6.
Yeah, at least I have what to attack. A little bit, at
Yeah,
least.
and on queen d2, knight e5, you have c4. But I could play something to c3, the bishop.
Yeah, it's interesting position. But
And now knight to e5.
I like the perspective of this bishop on a2. Something like rook b3 maybe to stop knight from
Knight
coming to
c4.
c4. Or simply rook d1 now.
Yeah, okay, okay, that also stops knight c4. Unpleasant. Well, no, I can play knight c4.
No, yeah, it's possible. Definitely.
But I cannot do d5. So
No
it's either one
d5,
or the
yeah.
other. Okay, so maybe bishop e5? Play it like a Maroczy. And take with a pawn. Why not?
Yeah, it's some very strange looking position. Probably rather balanced.
I like it for black. I would be happy here.
I also like White's perspective, so
That's good.
I think it's just a game, yeah. Just a game, yeah. Right, but should be just very equal. Like we can also just take, and go rook d7 and something as well. I would take this kind of approach.
Yeah, I was hoping to do something on the c file.
Yeah, some pawns would get traded just very quickly there. I think
Yeah,
that would just simply happen.
That's
Uh,
high chances.
yeah, well, but b4 seems a bit maybe premature, but it's just
Too
something to
much.
think about. Because, well, we know what's the plan for black, so we could try to act before the plan can be executed.
Maybe that's what he's considering here. Because he's been taking a few minutes to think. 5 minutes? 6? Yeah.
Because I don't know how serious it is, but also now we have an option to take on c6 in this case, and then play rook b1.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Just getting away from this diagonal and trying to set up this sort of structure, but it still feels a bit shaky.
Maybe I could try knight d7 and quick c5. No,
But
because queen
does
d5 is going to be
yeah, or
a
bishop takes
problem.
f7, or yeah, one or
Yeah,
the
yeah,
other
yeah.
way. It's gonna be bad. Yeah, and something like knight g4, I don't think it makes any progress. I can just take it even and go back bishop d2 if I want to. Opening
Yeah.
h file should be helpful.
That looks a bit scary to be honest. Opening up the H file.
Yeah, maybe something like this what he's thinking about this position. I think it's very hard to evaluate. Perhaps Black is playing something a6 d5 here, e6 d5.
Yeah, maybe, but yeah. I feel like everything gets shut down there if white goes e5.
But then you're gonna break with c5 again. Okay,
Is there
let's
time? If there's time to break with c5, would be nice, yeah.
I don't like if he could just castle,
So
then there is
let's say
time.
castle. Yeah, let's say castle. Let's make some moves here and on e5, knight d7. Let's say f4 and c5 right away and takes. Pawn takes.
Yeah, now queen c7 or rook or bishop f8.
Mm-hmm.
And this suddenly is a very bad bishop on a2.
And wait, I can take on d5. No, I cannot take on d5. Yes, I can take on d5.
Oh wow, what is that?
That is a typical sacrifice.
So yeah, here
That
we have.
you just showed me the idea of before. Yeah,
Hmm.
I think I thought for a second there's knight b6, but there's no knight b6, so it should work.
Yeah, and in this case, it's
It's
even rook hanging.
yeah, that's what I was looking at now. It's funny that the rook's hanging on e8 as well.
Okay, so well, that was a bit too far back. I
Ah,
guess I should play bishop f8 then, or it doesn't. No, it
I don't. I think it's
helps a
this.
bit.
It's not the same. I think I can still take on d5. The rook is protected, but no. But then there's checkmate on g8.
Hmm, that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Okay, so I
Okay,
guess
but queen e7 maybe you can play.
instead of queen c7, yeah,
Maybe, yeah.
or perhaps I prepare simply for c5.
Yeah.
Doesn't knight is not coming there. That we have to be in like
But you haven't prepared
super
for
big
c5.
hurry.
No, you haven't prepared for c5 because on c5, now you have knight b6 at the end. Not if I play a5. Let's play a5.
Okay, let me get my rook
And
out of there.
knight goes to f4.
F8,
And queen d4.
and now
Anyway,
d5.
because a5 is hanging at the end of everything.
Yeah, we'll start attacking this bishop on e2.
Yeah, I have to take on c5 probably with a knight, I was thinking. Or maybe it's best. I don't know how it's best.
But this feels extremely safe for black.
Takes on b1 and takes on a5, no?
Yeah, that's the minimum, but I'm just thinking if I'm not playing for advantage with bishop d7 as well.
But rook b6.
And bishop rook c8. Just what I was kind of wondering, like if I can manage to do something like this. But it's probably tough to get very much here.
So I would have to play.
So we
Yeah,
cannot
that
take
or maybe.
because
Yeah, I cannot take because of bishop there. But maybe c4.
yeah,
Ah, but no, still
something
you
like.
take and yeah,
And we are just gonna exchange all the pawns right now, I think.
yeah, I think so.
Very quickly all the pawns are gonna come off. Yeah. So we can just take, take, and I take, right? Still cannot
Right.
take a6. And now a5 is hanging.
Still cannot take it, no. Yeah, I could play rook d1 and take d5, but
Mhm.
or rook
But
d. No, rook d1. I have to use the other rook.
yeah,
The one on b6 is already playing. Takes on d5.
but this is just a
Yeah,
draw.
no.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, so, but also queen a5 is of course also a move here. But yeah, these kind of ideas they're interesting. If white manages to lock down the queen side and or no, because in this position, if white manages to play c4, then this is terrible for black. Since on taking, we control all the important files, and otherwise, if we are either going to prepare the pressure on c file or just put a lockdown on c5, knight b6, and then the bishop is going to regroup. We would pressure on a6, and we know the king side.
Yeah, it's just total domination if black doesn't manage to break anywhere in the center.
Okay,
You just have no space, no?
another way how to break these positions though is c5, f6 that is,
Yeah, yeah,
and
it's
that
true.
also could be actually working in some way.
Take what will you recapture with bishop or knight? They both look okay. Bishop, I thought at first.
Yeah, I thought it in bishop, but I was just now thinking that this might have been way stronger to do, while knight had no a4 square. So now, and this could be a big problem for white, since we don't have where to go with the knight.
On d5, but I don't think it works. I'm calculating the sacrifice, but you take with a c pawn, knight takes, c takes, bishop takes, and then you can move the rook.
Yeah, I don't have to
You don't
keep
have to
taking.
take. And I don't have a move there.
The juice, it's carrot juice. Important questions getting asked.
That's Tom's getting his vitamins. Very healthy. Is it just carrot or is it apple and carrots?
Yeah, it's just carrot.
Oh, haven't tried it. I usually, if I make any juice, it's apple and carrot.
Mm.
Apple, carrot, and ginger.
Oh, that's yeah. Any
That's
juice with
the
ginger is
that's the
still good.
general good combination.
Yeah, apple makes stuff maybe a little too sweet for my liking, so that's why just carrot I prefer.
So f6
uh,
seems okay also here then, no?
yeah, and if we don't do this, then it's gonna be tough to, I mean, to do something.
Do you think maybe taking on d5 can and put a knight on d4? Well, it depends what you recapture with, but if you recapture with the e pawn, I was looking at knight e2 maybe, and knight d4. No knight d4.
Yeah, but they still can try maybe bishop d4 first or something.
Maybe bishop d4, but still I can't take with my knight. I have to take with my queen. And eventually,
okay.
just eventually bring the knight. And queen d3, you have bishop f5. Also not pleasant.
Yeah, this seems comfortable again for black. You can also just skip a move. Just wait a bit.
Is c4 instead of bishop d4? Any good there? What did he do? Castle. Okay.
He castled. Okay. The normal approach.
And here maybe with bishop d7, I'm no longer forced to take on c6 with the b pawn.
I think that we need to play queen c7 because
Queen c7 first.
Yeah, to have the
To have knight c4, so you don't waste a move. Okay, yeah.
So because now, yeah, before it could work out nicely. I have to calculate it, but it could make a difference.
Well, queen c7 just bypasses all that. If you can bypass it.
Yeah, and then queen e2 seems the most logical. We don't want to put it on d3 where e5 is going to come. Queen c7 played already. And I think queen e2 will be played rather quickly. He was just thinking about the setup, how to set up his pieces with the castle and what is important, and queen c7 is the move that he must have expected the most, so queen e2 now should be played. Unless queen d3 with an idea to still have b4 as an option, since the knight will be defended on c3.
The queen on d3 generally stays nice, but then it's in the way sometimes of the knight, yeah.
This is something that feels uncomfortable a bit.
Maybe f4.
Yeah. Oh, we have knight d5 though.
Yeah. Whenever the knight moves away, that's true.
Okay, so that doesn't move.
Too soon.
Okay, let's say on bishop d7, b4. But can we just now play rook c8? Yeah,
Okay.
That seems... doesn't help. Queen is not enough in this case.
Knight d5? No, you still have c4. Yeah.
Yeah, I want the c4 square for my knight. And that should be just good. So queen e2 is the most likely move here. It will be, yeah, very, very interesting fight in this game. Should we take a look also at some other board?
Yeah. Let's see Giri. It's a very important game of today. He has the white pieces. I think he will try something, but his position looks fine, looks solid.
But it's something that I guess he wants to play since he has 1 hour 31 on the clock.
Yeah.
So it must be what he is also fine with. Okay, so let's look at that opening, e3. Okay, I see the name of the opening. It's Zuckertort opening, but I like this name of the system, just quiet system.
Quiet system. I always thought it's just a Keimer variation here, Keimer system. But Keimer plays with e4.
But now after d4,
C4
we transposition, yeah, into completely normal territory. And so what white is playing for is basically just trying to say that the pawn a5 is a problem for black. And because, yeah, there's a b5 square, this is something that's going on for white. Like this is really the only difference in the position, in case we play b6, right? That the pawn is on a3 rather than a5. So this is controlling the b4 square, and this one is trying to prevent b4 from coming, but not controlling b5 square. And, well, it seems like a very, very small thing to be playing for. But...
no, but it's unpleasant, because if white manages to put a queen on e2, and then rook d1, the square d6 is always is always soft. Now, when you play knight b5, maybe you can put somehow
Yeah, knight on
enough
b5.
pressure
We
on
control
d6.
d4, and then we come e4, e5 even sometimes, if you want to win d6 square.
The bishop on c5 with pawn on a5 is also a bit annoying sometimes because you cannot play b4. If the queen's on e7, you have to be careful with the pawn on a3.
Get this guy.
No, the knight on
Or
b5 does a good job, you're saying, yeah? That's true. Well, whenever we play knight b5, knight e4 is probably going to be the answer. And that also defends d6, improves the knight.
do you think there's any chance that we are gonna see something like takes on d1 and rook d8?
Yeah, I do.
Because it's something that by the idea you should not be doing, because you're losing a tempo, but on the other hand you're simplifying the position rather a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, we might see that. Ah, e5.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't think we're gonna see it. We're definitely not gonna see queen d8 now by
No.
Anish. Okay, so I like this approach. So white already said that they're gonna be developing bishop to b2, and now just to keep the game somewhat more fun, this bishop is gonna come out on different diagonal from c8.
G4 or f5, I guess.
Probably g4.
Probably g4 is more annoying. So does it make sense to play queen f2 here? Queen c2, I'm sorry, queen c2 and knight d2 if bishop g4?
It probably does. I always, yeah.
Maybe
Nothing has.
bishop, queen. I was also looking at bishop h5 to g6 ideas, but that's gonna just lose a bishop for now.
Oh, so h3 is actually a dangerous
As
move.
I'm saying it, I realize that I'm
We
losing the
cannot go.
bishop.
We cannot go bishop h5 now due to g4.
Yeah. And the pawn
Yeah.
on f7 is pinned. A couple of
So
rounds ago, we had this problem where I kept wanting to play f6. There was a bishop on a2.
this one is a bit closer, so we can actually manage to spot it.
Yeah, that one I can see.
But yeah, bishop shooting on the king from a2. That's too
So here
far.
I like something like knight e4, for example, knight d to e4. Let you take on c4 if you want, and then you get the d4 square, d5 square. So takes, knight takes. I want to take with a pawn there.
That feels to me like very little again to play for,
Yes.
but but of course, yeah. For me, nothing has changed throughout this week, these 9 days, as we still didn't see any example of how white actually wins these kind of games. I know that people do win them. Maybe today there will be a lesson for me how to what actually happens and how actually this kind of game can be won. Yeah, so far
Did,
all of them were a draw.
and he did play queen c2. So let's see how black decides to approach this. Maybe bishop g4 is just a waste of time, and you can play queen e7 and bishop e6 already.
That allows 95 though. Is it important?
Uh-huh. I
Or
guess takes. And now there's no bishop e6. At least not the way I want to play bishop e6. You want to take on c6, you're saying.
there is in theoretically there is still, but it's probably not gonna end it good because we can take back on b3. But it doesn't seem like a good trade.
No, but on bishop e6, you are not going to take on e6?
Ah, on e6 I can take. I was just focused on the pawn. I
On
saw
the pawn on
pawn.
e5, yes. Yeah, that's
So
also important. You can, yeah, maybe that's better. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but okay, bishop d7 and bishop b2 probably. Now the e5 pawn is hanging.
So I was seeing that in a line like rook d8 instead of bishop d7, it's still possible to lose a pawn. With rook d8, you can take on c6, and is bishop b2 ready to win a pawn? And now rook f to c1,
Yeah,
or
that's
maybe the other one. I thought you could take on a3, but that's why I play rook f to c1.
but now the bishop is not hanging since we do have rook
It's not.
d1.
Oh,
The most common
that's
blunder
sad.
in this kind of
Yes.
positions. So I can just go bishop e6 now and feel good about everything. Since queen
Yeah.
c5 is not possible, if we take, then we roll the queen, and if we're 91, I can just keep taking. Since sometimes the such move can be helpful, and as in this case, this would not win a rook on
Mm,
a1, which is occasionally happens. Yeah, but here we can just keep taking and force a white's rook to move.
right.
And
So winning a pawn there.
rook
Maybe rook a to
ac1,
c1, does it? So f6.
and what
I
happens?
was, yeah, I don't know. That's why I didn't want to take with that rook, to play that rook.
This feels
I think
suddenly
black
very
is
nice
okay.
for black.
Black is okay.
Yeah, it feels like I like black's position better. b3 pawn is such an easy
Mm-hmm.
target.
And the bishop should be better than the knight. You have all the pawns in the right color.
Yeah, this is the perfect setup against the knight on f3.
Oh, this is not how I wanted to do things. I was, I wanted to win the pawn with rook fc1, but it's not possible. So it means that rook d8 is also tough.
But it could be positionally just not nice, this position right now. Like, after we
After
take and
takes.
6, and now something something smart maybe need to be done. Like knight h4. Try to hit the
Mm-hmm.
base out of the bishop.
Yes, knight g6 is a problem.
Yeah, the
Doesn't let
best
me
case
play bishop
scenario,
e6.
we get a
Yeah,
different color bishop endgame.
after the
Opposite
trades on
color.
g6. Yeah.
Ah, but you can take on e5 still. Okay. Because what I wanted is just to take the knight.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, there's still some issues. Um,
Yeah, maybe knight h4 is not pleasant at all.
so the position is actually still this one. So queen e7 was just the move that we were wondering about. But bishop g4 immediately makes a lot of sense as well. Just to push the knight back a bit and not allow white this quick jump to d5.
Right. But on the other hand, I thought that maybe the knight on e4 would be where it wants to be. Looking at the d6 square.
Yeah, I really don't know. I am trying to figure those things out as I'm looking at this position, but very strategical maneuvering kind of game. Even just speaking, like whenever it's fine to push the pawns forward, when it's not, so hard decision
I
constantly.
think I agree that that is a very hard decision. And it feels like whenever you decide over the board that now is the time to push the pawn, it's a mistake. It usually doesn't turn out very well.
That's not not a good sign for
No.
Aditya Mittal here, since he already
But I think he
decided.
knows what he's doing. I think he knows what he's doing.
Oh, but
Should we check? Sorry. Yeah, bishop g4.
I wondered if knight h4 is still a consideration here, since we don't get queen e7 due to knight g6 now.
Okay,
And
that's a nice idea. Then
it's tough to find good square for the pieces at the moment.
just a rook on c8 might make sense. But then you play h3, yeah? That's your
And then I play
idea.
h3, yeah. And bishop d7 looks...
Maybe I should have played rook to e8 to have bishop e6 or queen c8. Yeah, but let's go with rook e8.
Okay, but I feel like I made some progress. And
Could you go knight f5?
I could, but I think I want to develop first pieces, just to do the... to be ready for all the action.
And maybe it's time for that bishop to return home to e6 before it's too late.
Yeah, but now we're getting some of those small tempos.
Yeah.
And again, we
There are
can't
also
go
some
queen
discovered
e7.
attacks.
That's the problem.
Because of knight f5?
Yeah. Queen e7 immediately. Yeah, so now knight e5 is interesting. And also knight h4 is actually also in this scenario interesting. But maybe now it's not that effective because just rook d8 comes. And queen after can go to e8 without blocking the rook in.
Mm-hmm.
And in case of knight f5 now, I think anyways, I somehow don't want to give up the light square bishop, so I could just retreat. And at least we got some pieces out, playing with black here.
And the bishop goes to e6 next. In case of bishop b2, for example.
So let's see what's gonna happen here. Which move Anishkiri is gonna opt for, which idea. Both players.
Should we? Sorry, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, just that both players who are in the lead right now are playing for a win. Clearly, they are trying to fight it out.
Yeah, they both want to win, to not lose their the first spots. I was wondering what's going on board 2 and 3 in the meantime.
So
What did we have here?
we had
Another London.
a more classical approach, but yeah. But the fighting setup from the black, immediately trying to change the pawn structure, change the material situation, and seems like both players were in the book. It's rather hard to be out of the book in the London system, really. Like you can you just prepare it and then you just know the line, and yeah, you can expect white to play in a certain way most of the time. Queen c7 though was a move that he already was not sure about, and now we have rook fd1. Looks like it's gonna be something to do with different colored bishops. It's a likely scenario. Some
Could be, but could it be that white can also trade the bishop for the knight and try to hold on to the pawn on c5?
I was wondering about knight c5
Ah, and
or
try to
d8.
get the pawn run away.
Rook d8 just played. I think he's also sometimes thinking about d4. It's gonna be hard to take and be able to play b4.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. Well, wait, I can do it right now. If I take on c6, queen takes, knight a5, since the rook on d8
Ah,
is
through there. Okay, I thought
from
that
now
the
for now misplaced.
only option was in my mind to go with the
d4.
knight to d4.
Well, maybe now b4 at least.
Okay, I don't like queen on b5. I want to put it here because after b4, a4, it's attacked badly.
Yeah, and after b4 you can also play b6, no?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, but then it
And
didn't
knight,
work
knight
either.
b3. I can go knight b3 back. I don't have to take.
I don't think there's anything to worry about for black here.
a3.
So we can, as minimum, we can take, then we can take,
Rook, yeah.
and can still take, and play
And
some
finally
anti.
d4, yeah. Uh-huh. So when I take, because there's also c4 maybe to try. But if I take, you take with the bishop. And
Why am I pawn down?
probably
Oh, that's the
getting...
c5 pawn. I was not aware of the fact that I'm pawn down.
Ah, no? That's why I was so happy defending it. It was just a very important asset for me. Maybe rook c1. Or
Yeah,
maybe rook a8 even.
I was just looking to get out of the pieces. Yeah. Okay. Now this is a bit too uh, many things I gave right now. So then this position, I go a4.
Keep it locked. Ah, not locked. You're just getting the pawn back.
You can play
So,
takes on b6 now.
yeah, let's do that. But you can take on c3. How is that? Queen
Yes, I can. Yeah.
takes,
Maybe
bishop
I can
takes,
then
rook
on this way
c1,
how.
bishop b2. Yeah,
Yeah, that seems to work.
maybe knight c5. But is it too much?
Well, minimum I can give back an exchange.
Yeah, yeah, you
It's like
can.
the worst case scenario. But I can also try to figure out if there is something better than that, which could be the case as well, since we do
Because the
have.
d4 pawn, yeah, d5 pawn, d4 goes fast. So e4 is a bit annoying there.
I think he's gonna do some preparational move still, since c5 pawn is at the moment. It's just guarded. It's protected, so there's no reason to rush maybe immediately. And just can try to prepare this idea somehow. Yet, not sure exactly
How do
how.
we prepare it? Yeah.
Okay, what
What
happens
move
on
is...
knight d4 here? If we are pawn up, then knight d4 is not a bad way to continue.
Knight e7, b4 is the plan, no?
Yeah, we
And on b6,
trying to
yeah,
hold on
that's
to
it.
this pawn.
Yeah, because c3 is so well protected for now. Pawn takes maybe, and a4, of course.
Doesn't seem like a great position, but maybe something like this is possible.
At least it's an extra pawn, and Well, you can try to create a passed pawn, try to play maybe c4 or a5, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But you have something to work with, no? It's not
Hmm.
just pure equality.
Yeah, definitely. G3 just. Okay, again, just preparing, freeing the queen, that the queen can go somewhere. Because it's not clear what black wants to do at the moment.
But isn't knight a5 now now the idea?
We can take on a5,
And queen takes
a4,
a4, a6, and
b4.
b4.
Yeah. So the line we are
That pawn.
calculating is this. Protecting the bishop, and in case of a6, yeah. Just continue to protect attack in the same time. And now bishop comes back to the diagonal here. That looks like a very healthy pawn.
Yeah, this is much better because now when I play b6, it's not even possible to open the a file and have that pawn there. Kind of stop
And
the
if you don't play
advance.
b6, then a5 is also going to come.
I think that's worse, no? I think b6 has
Yeah,
to be played anyway.
exactly. Um,
Mm.
yeah,
Nice.
so
So maybe knight a5 is not a big or a serious threat here. But then what if not knight a5?
maybe it is 97 or something, just to keep the knight on b3. Make sure that it can't go away. Yet I don't know, even like I play some more like a4, and what next?
You can still play rook c8, and that's it, no?
But what can white do?
Maybe bishop to f1, put it on g2.
Yeah, but let's say we just
Maybe play for
wait.
c4. c4 I don't have it because b2 is hanging. So we can prepare it. Maybe rook b1, but rook, yeah, rook b1 maybe. Not really preparing it though, no?
Yeah,
Because after the trades on d1, the rook would like to go to d1.
yeah, and if it's protecting the pawn, then it does not work really. Yeah, black would just like try to stand, not too much.
Yeah,
I
I don't
could,
know. Maybe I can still try c4. Yeah, take with a queen. Ah, but you could now play d4.
yeah, I do have d4 as an option. Also, just taking.
Bishop and queen takes.
Or really, what about
Knight d4.
94?
Oh, knight d4. Okay, I take and b4. Oh, I have bishop a6. I'm lucky.
Oh, bishop a6 attacks. Uh-huh, yeah, that's... Okay, a5.
So if it's not one, it's the other. Yeah, a5.
Could lead to equality at the end. White can try, but if you destroy the pawn structure here, like this, then this with different colored bishops, it should be rather comfortable.
Yeah, yeah, a5 seems to do the trick here.
But Some hard decisions for black in a way to just decide how to play without a pawn, in which way exactly.
I don't know if there's anything black can really try. Any other plan?
Something like a6 can be played, maybe.
Bishop f1? I think we wanted the bishop there anyway. Yeah, but
No.
now
Is
it
that a
also
plan?
takes. I don't know. Let's see. Isn't it similar before?
Uh,
Ah, like that.
That's like there's some small difference, yeah. The queen coming to a3.
And
And
you
that
can
could,
play 5 next.
or d4,
Mhm.
or a5, yeah.
Yeah. Well, this looks nice,
That's,
yeah?
yeah, that's the best from what we have seen so far. So a6. Since if it forces taking, then now knight is tied down to b3. Like any active plan from the white side would mean moving the knight and losing the c5 pawn. And now it's not out of the question to continue with a5. And if you do play a4, then you still have two pawns hanging at the same time. And plus, bishop c f8, bishop c5, if we really need a pawn, can be just done any moment.
Yeah, that's true, but I thought maybe the bishop on g7 wants to stay there for a while to protect the king. But maybe
Yeah,
it doesn't. I don't know. I was a bit worried about h4, h5 ideas. But you can
I,
always play h5 on h4.
I wouldn't want to do it immediately. I would be like doing all those still preparational moves, and then only if I need this pawn,
Uh-huh.
then I would just go for it later.
Okay.
Yeah, like a5, it would be very nice. Maybe queen coming over to c4 or something, and then only thinking about it. Bishop on g7 for sure is very nice piece. So this position should be close to equality, but some complicated stuff still to be figured out. But I guess white is trying to play risk-free for a win for now. So just seeing if black manages to solve the problems or no. We have a rather fighting game on board 3.
Yeah, I was just looking at it now. I just noticed that things are about to happen here.
So after two disappointing rounds for Indich, and one where he lost and one drew, where both could have ended also with his win. Now he is playing in the last round against Anders Barbadia, and playing very provocatively again. The opening choice is very provocative from the black side. Just saying, okay, you just come at me. It's fine. I will fight it off and win you later. So knight on a5 is out of the game. White has a bigger
Mm.
control in the center, and also white is thinking for the attack. But black is just patiently waiting to strike back somewhere. And now g4 was just played. Very very typical move. Just trying to open up the king side and to go for a checkmate. And
So
the
of course
pawn,
the question is, what if you take it? Yeah,
I think here it just doesn't work at all.
because
Since
rook
we
h7, I guess.
rook h7, and here we have a check, and the pawn is hanging. No, that's a bishop hanging.
Yeah, taller pawn. We sometimes call it a taller pawn, depending on where it's placed.
Yeah, easy to confuse. And we can't allow take as well. So an h4 in this position seems to be just wrong somehow. Even g5, take the pawn, come back and go h4, h5.
I wouldn't like to play this with black. After g5, I think I'm close to losing.
So what, is it f5? Try to exploit the fact that also white's king is in the center? This looks like the kind of mode that Indich would be playing.
But I feel like the king on e1 is much safer than the king on g8, to be honest. So maybe we take on h5.
Let's take back.
Now, if something like rook g1, then f4 is very comfortable.
Just locks it down, and then we try to break open the queen side, and we also have the powerful bishop here. It's like this, this nice king's indent type of lockdown. Bishop h6 could be played immediately, but still, I think...
Still f4, I was thinking.
Yeah, just at least that the queen doesn't get out, and now after rook g1, just rook f7, and there are no extra pieces to bring in any near
Maybe
future.
knight g5? Maybe knight g5. Yeah, I think knight g5. Takes and bishop takes, and h5 is hanging.
h5 is hanging, yeah, that's unpleasant. Hard to defend it. And okay, let's say we allow it to take h5.
And now h3 is hanging, so let's put it on h4.
Also,
And
this is
c4
hanging.
is hanging. Hold on a second. So maybe I want to include knight b5.
Ah, knight b5, that is such a unpleasant move. Attacks, and I don't even have where to put the rook, only square is d7 in front of my bishop. No, that is bad.
And that solves
is
my
bad.
h3 problem, yes.
Okay, so on bishop h6, do I need to play f4 though? Okay, let's see what happens when we do what we're not supposed to do and open up the position here.
Okay, I will take with the knight. Bishop f5. Okay. Maybe rook g1.
Okay, that's... Although, I will take.
I thought I could take with a bishop. Yeah, that's why I thought I could take with a bishop.
Going after my queen. Okay, that's not so nice.
And now I wanted to go for the knight g5 idea again. Knight... because now there would be a knight hanging. But maybe I can put it... Yeah, let's play knight... I don't think it matters, no? Knight eg5, let's play it, so you don't get ideas.
one move short to do what I would like to do.
What would you like to do?
Take on h6.
Take on h6.
So play something like queen f8. If I had queen f8 on the board now, it would be very nice.
Right. Have the bishop protected.
Oh, he starts with taking on b4. I like that.
Does he want to play a5?
No, I think he wants to play f5, but he wants the c file to be open.
Because in some of the lines that we had, when the rook's on c7, it was really nice to have the c file already open, for example. So in that, let's say pawn takes and f5 line.
Wait, he took back. Let's see if he goes for f5. Or maybe he's just going really a5. But a5 doesn't threaten anything, so we can just take.
It doesn't threaten, no?
The rook is hanging. So in that way, it doesn't feel nice. Yeah, it should be something like f5. Okay, one more move that we didn't look at is knight f6. That keeps the position closed for a while, still. no very quick way how to break through.
But bishop g5 wouldn't kind of renew the threat.
Kind of
Although now
would.
you could, maybe you could even take on g4 now, no?
Oh, that is so.
There's no rook h7.
Just with the bishop
Bishop
back.
takes.
Yeah, we have a nice h5 square. White's king is not very safe as well. a5 is already gonna come next move if nothing
Yeah.
happens. And then knight comes to c5, attacking everything everywhere. Yeah, knight f6 maybe now after takes is nice, because if he did it immediately, then maybe some white had some ways still to restrict. Not allow a5 to be that effective, to take when f5,
Mm.
a5, but
Yeah, but it's nice to also free the c5 square for the knight. So whenever white locks it down, well, at least now it comes at a cost.
and now f5 move. We take on h. No, we take probably on f5. We don't want to give any extra moves like f4, I think. And now on bishop h6, did something change? Let's start with rook f7.
I think something changed because in the same line with rook, you started before. You look. What did you do before?
f4 I played.
You played a 4. Yeah. Okay, so if rook g1, yeah.
This is so wild position. So many moves to consider in the same time. It's just crazy. Okay, f4, then the knight g5 move was
Yeah,
unpleasant.
but can we see that again? Because now when you play rook c7, there's a threat. So queen f8. No, not yet. Queen f8 first.
Oh,
And it protects. That's what you're saying. Queen f8, bishop h5, and knight b5 is still there.
it still protects the c4 pawn.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
I thought that maybe here we had a difference, but no. Yeah.
Okay, but queen c7, yeah, but we can take anyways. Although,
Or include knight b5 again.
aha, we can include knight b5. Ah, this move, I
That
don't
move,
like.
yeah.
That move is not nice. Knight f6 looks much nicer in the moment.
Yeah, I like the line that you were showing there before.
Maybe something like this is unpleasant. Takes and knight g5.
But isn't knight f4 now also okay?
Yeah, knight f4 is so strong.
Would
This
be
is
nice to
hanging.
open up the bishop. Yeah.
Yeah, that is very, very nice.
So maybe knight f6 is the idea.
Mm-hmm. And if something like g5, then the position locks down and we can go back even, and then we prepare the a5 idea and get the knight to c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this cb because it just guarantees that there is no option that white suddenly plays something like b5 and the knight has no prospects at all, for example, on b7. Like it just disappears, that kind of possibility. So it's always gonna be at least semi-open game available. So another very fighting game right now. And should we return to
Can
the...
we can we take a very, very brief look on board 4 before it ends?
Let's do that.
Because it looks like it might end. Looks like
Wow,
it
that
might end soon.
is Very quick simplification. How did they get there? Okay, so the king's Indian attack.
That we
Played
have
by
known forever as ready, since forever is ready, no?
and simply the line with everything getting
Yeah,
exchanged.
and that's how it happened. And we have Duku thinking. Okay, everything got exchanged, but you still have to get the bishop out from c8, and it's
Yeah, and I
not
think
so.
this is
It's
not.
that easy actually.
I am not sure because rook d5 seems to be unpleasant. Ah, but you can go knight c6 back. I somehow
Yep.
was under impression that we had to play bishop
Mm.
f6 and then the c5 is lost, but no.
Yeah, everything
Okay.
seems okay after that. And if I don't have f3, I'm sorry. Yeah.
But we have rook e1 now available because there is no knight f3 as the bishop is going to be hanging on e7.
And there's no rook b8 because, well, there is rook b8, but bishop f4 is a little bit.
Yeah, also bishop f3
Pleasant.
doesn't work because bishop f4 comes.
And bishop e4.
It doesn't work again. This is not fair. I can just go back knight c6 and defend. Okay, so this works.
Unless after bishop f4, bishop e4, maybe you take on e5. But and here maybe bishop g7, no? But
So let's go
f5.
f5, yeah.
Yeah.
This is having this kind of bishop could be also worth the pawn, but if you don't have to give up the pawn, then that's even better. Of course, something like this can be played still, but I like black's position here. I think black is just better with this
Yeah,
bad
this is
knight and
nice.
this good bishop.
Open king, maybe f4 ideas in the future. Okay, so bishop f4 didn't really work, no? Bishop g4. So bishop g4 is okay. Then
From the quick glance, it seems so. There's no rook d2. There's no other move on the d file than rook d5, and then we just go knight here and then bring back the bishop to e6. And on rook e1, unless there is something tactical in this moment, he went for bishop g4. Rook e1 played immediately.
I could probably follow up with bishop f3 if he went for bishop g4.
Okay,
Because
what
what
about
else?
knight c4 here?
I guess also bishop takes e4. I don't want to lose that bishop. And yeah, that's the question. And if I play bishop f5, is there any trick? Knight d7, rook e. I take it at least. But I also play rook e8. I can also play rook e8.
So we can't achieve anything. This is just nothing.
Move the bishop, no? Yeah.
Yeah. And if we take now on e4, we can still go knight c6 back if we want to.
I think we should, because knight takes c4 is more pleasant for white.
Yes, and okay, but white kind of has a free move. Is there a move that actually threatens something? Like, is knight b5 threatening something?
Yeah, white has a free move, but black will take on e4, I guess, and knight c6, like you were showing before, and
And
develop the pieces.
we still have a lot of pieces to develop. Even knight on a3 is far away from the action, so it's quite a lot of pieces that are far away from the action. So not easy to be in time with all of them.
Maybe the bishop f4 move that you mentioned. And yeah, take on e4, knight c6. And play this, rook e1.
Yeah, perhaps here
Now
can
there's
even play.
bishop d6.
I
How is
think it
bishop?
doesn't
Rook
achieve
d8, no?
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, just anyways the pawn is hanging. But we can start with some moves like c3 or maybe, yeah. It's so hard to imagine that it can be anything. And there can be some bishop c7 moves maybe, and I don't know.
Create something.
With accurate play, it should be just equal. But Samuel Sevian for sure is gonna be trying something. He's not. He probably in the last round he's not gonna make a quick draw. He's just gonna try to play out such an end game as much as possible.
Of course. He has to play his chance.
Well, we saw him make a quick draw yesterday, but yeah, but that was with black pieces, and he had rather bad position in the moment.
Oh yes, the game against Adam Kozak. Yeah,
Hmm.
it wasn't easy to figure it out. No?
Yeah.
Okay, so things are looking okay here on this board. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. What has been going on board one? The structure has changed quite a bit.
Oh,
How
yeah. Trying to
how did you
understand.
get here?
Let's
How
see
did
it.
we
Yeah.
get here?
How did we
Queen
get? So
c7 was the last move. Yeah.
queen d3, and then e5. Not bishop d7, rook c8, but just e5 immediately. And then knight back to c6. Okay, exploiting the queen's position on d3 by having knight b4 ideas.
Mhm.
And bishop g5 was played, and yeah, allowing knight takes a2, which I guess was prepared to be answered with bishop takes f6. And then we'll win the d5 square and
Yeah.
control a lot of squares. So knight h5 got played, and knight d5 and exchange on d5. So c2 pawn, not very relevant. Okay, now we can't even take it because f7 is hanging. Kind of like white's position here.
And g4 is a threat.
Maybe it is. Since knight f4 could come, let's say bishop e6.
Yeah,
Until
here I was wondering if g4 is a threat. And here you want to play knight f4.
yeah, and just then collect all the pawns over
Mhm.
there.
Yeah, let's see. Knight takes f4 because there are some pawns hanging in black's position as well. I just want to see. Bishop takes
Mhm.
and d6 is hanging. That one first. Okay, rook b1
This one?
and take d6. And what's going on here?
Well, the pawn count is equal, and black is, I think, definitely not worse. I play most like b5, but you can also try to just collect the a pawn, collect the d pawn. G4 is a weakness, small one, but
It
we
may
can
count.
we can set up pieces, of course, bishop g3, king g2, but I think it's only black can play for a win.
Okay,
At
he did
least.
play bishop e6 in the game.
Mhm. So that is here. That's the position.
Yes.
I think knight c3 could be played here. I think it's the most likely. Or c4, trying to provoke takes. How do you like this position? Since if we play c4 and then we put knight like b3, knight c3, then it's going to be this classical amazing position. So what is this? Trying to
Well, now
play
maybe,
for this
yeah,
knight on
now
h5.
I think I have to do something about the knight, something like h6.
That seems very, very effective. So bishop to e3 or d2, no idea.
Well, I still don't have knight f6.
But you can prepare maybe f5.
But don't you play g4? Knight f6, bishop h6, knight e4.
Knight somewhere. e4, g4. I guess e4.
Maybe e4 because on bishop g7 you might want to have bishop knight d2.
Yeah, but
I
that
know.
could be lost.
No, that could be lost, yes. But knight d5 doesn't work because bishop g7. And knight g4, bishop g7 as well.
Okay, so rook e8. Not yet, not here.
Queen e7. No.
King
King h7
h7.
solves the problem, yeah.
Yeah, just to get the
Much,
knight out.
much
But
better. Rook
still, this
c1.
position is rook c1, queen f5. Oh, but the f7 is ganking. Yeah, so rook c1 is nice.
Yeah, the d7. This looked like Sevian's position yesterday. We have the same pawn structure.
Yeah, this is very pleasant. Very, very pleasant. Black is not in time to create any counter game. So yeah, c4 I think it's very interesting. Just strategically, we don't have to worry about queen coming to c2, eating all the pawns and so on, and we don't have to worry about also takes and then opening up the bishop from g7. Just all those ideas just instantly disappear.
So does that mean that on c4 I shouldn't take on d5?
Let's say h6, bishop e3.
Maybe king h7 again. Yeah.
Yeah, but rook c1 again. I don't know which rook now though. Maybe now the other one prefers to go there.
And let's bring the knight home. Knight f6.
Okay, but I could also take
Yeah,
that case.
with the
This
f pawn, no?
seems like a very bad structure. G3, and then we are gonna play for the d6 pawn. Knight c3, okay. He doesn't mind calculating all the tactical lines with queen c2, because his plan is of course to recapture with a knight.
I think we could take a look at them though. So bishop takes, knight takes, queen c2. It doesn't feel right, but let's see
Loses
how
exchange.
it works. And knight c7, no?
Yeah, that's an exchange. But black did collect 2 pawns in the process, although the structure is very locked down and those pawns are not really full pawns in this kind of case.
And still the knight on h5 has minor issues.
Yeah, that doesn't seem nice for black. Yeah, we probably shouldn't take. We should keep an auction now open for fe and not allowing knight to d5. Just the question is how to play further with the pieces. Rook c8 could be very human way. Rook d1 I think is also the human answer.
But what about
What knight f4 to solve all the problems?
I was going to ask what about taking on d5 now?
It also loses in exchange to knight e7.
Okay. It's not on c7 now. Okay.
That was one of the nice things about knight on e2, that knight f4 was much less likely to work.
So yeah, the point is that you will take on c3 in the end if I take on f4.
Yeah, if you take and take, then you just take. And that's just going for a draw. probably. Something like this. And everything is everywhere getting exchanged.
Yeah, well, I think. Rook
Yeah.
b1. Yeah, that's nice. Queen c7, queen f7 is a threat. Okay, let's see if we could have done. Could we have done something about the knight on h5 before? So
Now,
around here, yeah.
but knight
No, it's
f4.
just the same. It's the same idea, but worse. No, with a pawn on g4.
We could play rook a3. This is sometimes a nice way. First of all, sometimes to provoke taking by attacking b7 pawn. And for this particular line, it seems to be useful since we do control we defend c3.
Okay, but I still want to try and get the pawn. So let's play h6. And now I take on d5 and take on.
Oh, yeah. And actually, because of rook a3, I wanted to say what if knight f4 immediately. So that's what he does before rook a3 can be played. Yeah, I think it's the c2 pawn. I'm not thinking about it just yet. Prioritizing all the pieces that they're playing.
Yeah.
Let's see also, yeah, what is actually his plan here. But just comparing these two positions, I did like, as for playing for a win, c4 much better for white. It seemed to be equally safe, but it just was also asking some
So
questions.
if bishop takes e6 here, f takes e6.
Yeah, f takes e6.
F takes e6, no?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we could play.
Do we
I
take
think
it?
if it's the same, no? If we take on f4, is there any difference?
Oh, the pawn is here. We didn't have this structure, but oh, but black can even just not take on c3. Yeah, this can even just become better for black as well.
Yeah.
Thanks to doubled c pawns. Or no, wait, the pawns. White is pawn up.
But
So
when
black.
we take on. Yeah, but when you take on c3 and defend, and then you'll probably take c3, no? What if you play rook that one to d8?
But then also we can defend.
With rook a3. There's always this rook a3 idea.
Yeah, black would, I assume, have to rather quickly simplify stuff. And then
f3, maybe.
do we want to weaken the second rank? We
You
could do
prefer
it
e5?
probably in rook f2, but he does take on e6.
And we'll see what the answer to bishop takes e6 is.
It's
I
gonna be
think I think
f
pawn
takes
takes.
e6, yeah.
Because if not, then the knight jump to d5.
Immediately even.
Yeah.
Although, queen c2?
b4.
Yeah, but now this is hanging.
That is hanging. Yes, that's
It was not
unfortunate.
hanging with the queen hanging, and the fork still extra as a bonus, but now it's gonna be hanging.
So maybe bishop f6. I was very focused on trying to get the queen somehow, but bishop f6 maybe. Okay, so queen. Where does the queen go? To e3.
But aren't we simply up some pawns?
Yeah, one, no? One pawn.
One. Yeah. But that's something already. One pawn as well.
The
And
problem is that I don't even have rook c1. I was counting on getting the knight c7 idea again. Because knight e2 is there, no?
Yeah.
Whenever I...
So there's no threat from the white side at the moment. Black just needs to make something useful. You know, we can even play some more like b5 and this doesn't seem the way to go.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
not very sure about this. So,
maybe just bishop e3, being ready
and
for knight
follow up
d5.
with 95. Yeah, it's not going anywhere, no? You can play it after move like rook c1 or queen e2. But on the other hand, there's also knight to d4 as an idea.
Now, then we are gonna have the possibility to win an exchange already.
If I take on c2, no? Yeah.
Yeah, if takes knight a5, queen c2, then we can play rook c1 and find the fork on c7. Yeah, fe is played. I think it's...
Fe as expected.
And now after bishop f4, we could see a lot of simplifications, and I think it has to be played because knight on f4 is very powerful. If something like rook f8 comes, it's going to just become just annoying. We don't have what to play for, anything else with white just yet, so makes all the sense to take immediately while there is no rook f8 available due to queen g4.
Mm-hmm.
And we could see a draw in this one. We could see the draw in this one. Also without that much of attention.
I was wondering if white could try to kick the knight out of f4 with king h2, but I think h6 is actually forcing matters a lot if I make move
That
like king
if you go king
h2.
h2, h6, then we can't even take because there's a...
Right. He did take on f4 right away.
He did, yeah. It seemed like it's the only move in the position.
And now is he
And
going to take?
it's already black to move, so I think he already took. Or, oh no, or the camera. Yeah, queen
Yeah, yeah.
f4 was played. And now he's gonna think if he's gonna take or he improves the position with bishop c8 or something, because it's not like the knight can run away. Oh, but there's this rook a3.
Rook a3 always, yeah.
And then we don't manage to double the pawns, so you can only maybe argue to first play bishop e5 and then take, but that could lead just to an endgame without a pawn after rook queen exchange. So probably he's going to take.
I also think he's going to take on c3. And we're probably going to see a lot of trades. I wanted to tell you that there's been a lot of things happening on board 3, and knight f6 was not played. Instead, h4, sacrificing the pawn, happened.
Oh wow. What is going on?
No
uh,
idea.
but this looks good for white. Unless there is some threat from the black side. What if I just play knight g2 now? And my king is gonna be rather safe here on f1 or g1 if it needs to move.
Knight to g2 and go into e3?
Yeah,
Or
h4
just
and
want h4?
I wanted to come to g4.
Okay. I thought for a moment that maybe you wanted h4, h5 immediately.
Also, I mean, I play h4 and then I think if I go knight e3 or if I go h5.
On h4, there's an interesting idea with bishop g4.
Hmm. Although I could be happy with a king on e2.
Yeah,
It could
not
be
a
an
big threat.
improvement for me, actually, to have a king there.
Mhm.
The good thing for black is that all his pieces are playing right now. So maybe he's planning to play something like f5 or f6 here? f6 maybe. No, f6 h4. We don't manage to break the tension here. And all the squares are still covered. So let's go f5.
It's always exciting to see Indich's games. I think he only had one quiet draw in this tournament, and the rest was a crazy game.
Like here, probably f4. Or we can take on e4 as well.
Mm.
Okay, f5 is strong. f5 is strong, and we don't really want to take, since that completely unleashes all the black pieces, I think. e4 is still
Oh, the
hanging,
knight
knight is
even.
coming to h5, and rook is opening. Every piece is going to be working.
I thought we wanted to take with a queen and create threats. But yeah, knight takes is also very strong. Probably stronger. You can play queen f6 later,
Yeah, I just,
after knight h5.
with the queen on f6, I was not sure how to get a knight in the game, and I just want every
Yeah.
piece to be attacking.
So
Okay,
how do we
yes.
deal with f5? Is there anything better than...
If we don't move the knight, then f5 is not a move.
Yes. Good
So
point.
we do something like bishop e3 perhaps, and pass the ball to the opponent.
Maybe black
Ah,
could try
this could be the plan also eventually. Knight f3, knight e2. To have this.
to have a4 protected in case of f5.
Yeah, and it's like it's a good square for knight on d2 in these structures, so just try to regroup.
I was thinking that maybe black could try to do something on the a file. I don't know,
Rook
double up somehow.
s6, rook s7.
Yeah, but even if rook a1, then there should be one. Don't know how it helps very much. But yeah, let's try something like rook a6. Yeah, have the pawn protected. Just in case. And queen a8.
Okay, knight d2.
Mhm.
It feels like a healthy pawn
Yeah,
now.
knight it also prevents any knight b3 ideas when I go rook a1. Yeah. Everything is guarded. Absolutely everything. Okay. Okay, but maybe no, it's not difficult for white to go break through h4, h5. It's easy.
Yeah, once the pieces have been consolidated, then it should not be very hard.
Oh, and on board 4, we missed an idea. On board
Oh.
4, on bishop f3, there was bishop takes b7.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, they did miss this one. It could have been missed also
By
uh
black.
black, but
I guess takes, no?
there's
Do I
also
have
rook
any other
b8
option?
as an interesting move.
Mm-hmm. And
That
takes
was my
on e5, rook takes, no?
Yeah, that was my first thought, just to keep the bishop here still, and at least get my rook out. Okay, but of course the other one is to take. Let me take on e5.
Bishop f6 or d6, I don't know.
f6 looks nicer. This seems maybe too much
Mm.
for white.
Yeah, but maybe it's... Oh, you don't have bishop somewhere because of bishop b2.
Mhm.
No, you actually do. Bishop e3. Ah, so terrible. Okay. I was looking at rook b1 and yeah.
Hmm. Wow.
So
So we should
maybe there
not
is
take simply.
compensation.
Maybe just go rook e1. Yeah, there should be
Mhm.
compensation with the light square bishop. Yet
In rook e8 anyway.
it's easy to miss this compensation somewhere. Okay, then rook e3 first? No, that doesn't help. Okay, but we can now maybe the rook e8, maybe we can take and play king f1.
Mhm.
You can give a check. I think it's not bad to provoke c4.
And bishop c8. Ah,
Somewhere we can get different court bishop position, probably. Oh, but that's threatening checkmate. Okay, that's good to know.
that's certainly checkmate, but knight c2 was defending.
Yeah. Okay, but that is like not
And rook e2.
exactly working.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But king
so
king g2 and yeah.
but if the rook gets on the second rank, then but king f3, but then rook on the first rank.
And rook b2 is also an option. Maybe. Ah, no, it's not an option because rook e8, rook e1. Think some allergy. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, this looks good for black. This position to play. You check and here pick up at the pawn. It's a lot of counter game, a lot of compensation.
Okay, so we could have an interesting game here. Very interesting game.
But there could be some
What's
like small moves that change the position very much from the white that can do. But black has to play aggressively for attacking ideas now that the pawn has been taken. Otherwise, the white is going to get all the pieces out and basically just start to attack c5 pawn and win the game.
I'm noticing that white's clock is running in on lichess, but if we look on cameras, it's black to play. That means we either have some moves that we haven't received or...
No, there seems to be bishop on b7 still in the camera feed.
Mhm. Yeah, so maybe
And
just the clock is not updated.
okay, I think we should return to game
To the top
between
two, what
Giri and
about...
then
Yeah,
the for yeah, this
Porto.
one. So we left it after e5, queen c2, queen e7. He went just for calm, bishop b2. Rook d8 came, stopping knight d5, and now knight d2, anyways. And so this is the position that we looked at, but only with extra tempo for black, since we didn't play bishop g4.
Yes.
So it's useful moves like rook c8, and now regrouping the pieces. Um, Black is taking a very like simple approach to this game. I'm just waiting for white to show
I was
something, I
wondering
guess.
about I was wondering about ideas with knight b5 anyway. I guess we'd have to put the queen on e2 and yeah, but I don't know how. Knight b5 is not threatening anything right now.
think what black wants is just to take an exchange all
Play
four
rook
rooks.
d8.
Position is extremely solid. There's nothing wrong, like directly with the position for black. Maybe some... No, but we can't manage. Yeah, I was thinking like knight here, then jumping the other knight around to c5, but on knight b6 we can just take on d1 and play rook
And
d8.
still rook d8. Same idea.
So it just doesn't help anything. Just pushes black to exchanges.
How could we improve with white on this position? Would be nice to get maybe one knight to d5, but not easy. It's not easy at all.
Yeah, and one knight to d5. This is like almost can be a game-winning idea.
Well, after knight b6, we're almost there. Almost. You just need one more move.
And to get knight to d5 without letting opponent's knight to come to d4, of course, that is still the thing somehow to figure it out. But it seems to be very, very safe still for Metal here.
Yeah.
And that's why also Anishgiri is spending time. We haven't seen him to be really spending too much time in the early stages of the game. And that is a good indicator that he is looking for something very, very actively. It's not
And
time.
there's... Sorry, I just saw that there are things happening also in Abusadorov's game. He didn't want to take the pawn back. So after queen f4, he went
He
for
went
queen b6.
attacking on b2, trying to play with a strong bishop. Stopping rook a3 idea, because then the pawns are falling anyways. And knight d1. And he's just going to play without a pawn now. Because knight
But
d1
c3, yeah.
was stopping. I think he had no way to get the pawn back anymore, simply.
After queen b6, yeah, I think not. Because if bishop takes b2, rook b1, bishop e5, you could take on b6, no?
Yeah. You can just take and we have still a pawn up. Although this
Yes.
seems like a easier draw, if you want to draw like the other one.
Well,
I guess
I
he
guess
wants to...
if he wanted, yeah, if he wanted a draw, he could have taken on c3.
But it could be also that he like underestimates, for example, the 91 move, and then later he wants a draw anyways. Okay, so here he's just gonna play that. Let's say if white plays something like c3, then he's gonna try to play for the fact that all the pieces are completely locked out. Like, okay, we can't do this because d6 is falling, but just for the idea that playing, pushing on the fact that white's pieces, they have no harmony, they're not working together, it's very hard to get the knight out from d1. We have two pawns that can be sometimes hanging after some rook c4 ideas, and just a positional pawn sacrifice. Yes, c3 played. And d5 immediately. Okay.
Very fast, yeah. So he's trying to activate very fast with d5.
So in case of exchanges, then sometimes maybe he wants d4, bishop here, then rook on f8, attack on f2, attack on the second rank. And play that knight on d1 is not good. Yeah, let's look at some moves directly. a5 seems like a nice idea since we win a4 square.
And you don't even have to move the knight from d1 anymore. You can play rook a4.
Then
So queen b5.
Then I was thinking maybe queen f4.
Yeah, not gonna trade. So what queen? Yeah, I like it on d3.
Something like this, yeah. Yeah, but then I get to knight e3. Okay, that's good for already for white.
The exchange sacrifice won't work if I'm down a pawn already, no?
And the king is weaker than the opponent's king, probably also not a
Yeah,
good
the,
sign.
the, the pawn on d5 is hanging. Yeah. Was queen e2 any different? No, because queen b3 comes with tempo now.
Yeah, same threat. Or maybe some thing like this. I mean, I don't think black is risking too much by playing this way. Any case, okay, we can take immediately. Yeah, then maybe rook c4 and.
Queen a2.
But white.
Oh, queen b5. Yeah, maybe queen b5 is easier. And knight c3. No, knight c3, bishop d4 is still.
Or rook here still. And then bishop d4 next. He went for a5.
He started with a5, yeah. And now we said queen b5 would transpose to the line that we had before.
I think actually after takes and a4, queen e6 could be just a good square for queen. Although no, they're not getting this knight e3. Yeah, he's going for something like this, immediately asking questions before black can activate with all the pieces. Since if the queen leaves the b file, the knight e3 comes, and I don't think there can be any issues whatsoever anymore for white.
Yes. I was looking at queen b3, but the same queen a4 at the end is very unpleasant. Now it's even forcing the trade of queens.
In this position, we do get rook to second rank, though. Still, knight is not getting out, rook is not getting out.
No, but you can try rook b4 and maybe then knight e3.
Right, we can do that. That seems nice.
And rook d1, yeah.
And we trap the rook. Don't even take the pawn.
So then queen b5. Almost forced. Unless there are other ideas that we are missing here.
Yeah, queen b5 seems like the move. e5 now, I don't believe that it can be a move. It doesn't seem. Just trying to find something that could theoretically still be played. But that doesn't seem to make any sense. Yeah, queen b5 looks like the only one. Only square
But
queen on c6.
maybe queen c5. Queen c5. Allow knight e3.
Yeah, that frees the knight though.
Yeah, maybe we can get some rook e4, bishop e5 ideas. Something active.
I think it's all gonna come down to the fact that this is so crazy weak.
And on rook f1, queen d1, no? Rook f8, sorry, rook f8,
Yeah,
queen d1.
exactly. We just attack the weak pawn.
On bishop h6, knight g4. Yeah.
Yeah, that's also not so nice.
Nope.
Yeah, the moment the knight gets out here, it should be fine. It should be good for white because the black's king is not too safe after these exchanges. But Abusatoro he's fighting, he's balancing on the edge of dangerous positions. Every game, he's trying to play just for a win, just doesn't want the game to finish on something simple, and he doesn't mind to be slightly worse as long as the position is like practically complicated. And so far, yeah, he has managed to balance it in a way that even in the games that he had, opponents were trying to seize this advantage, that it was not not so bad that he would lose. That okay, the risk didn't work, then the draw it is, and that's the tough part. That they don't make this one extra mistake to make the bad position into a lost position.
Yeah, that's very important. Very, very important detail.
Because that is the main danger of playing some little bit dubious openings, some little suspicious kind of positions, lines, or something a little too crazy. Because uh, once your position is slightly worse, if you make a mistake, it could just mean that the game is lost. While if you make a small mistake in an equal position, then you'll just get usually just a little bit more unpleasant position, which is still not such a big deal. So you have this like kind of like one mistake in reserve that you can still afford to make, and and uh, and yeah, and these guys they just know that they can control the game and they are not gonna make this extra mistake. So okay, if it doesn't work out, they know that they're gonna hold the position.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what he comes up with here. It's going to be a very interesting fight. We have things, more things happening, I think, in all games. For example, in this game, the knight g2 idea was played, and it was followed by f6. Was it right away in the position that we had? So on move 20, I think we left it.
c5.
Yeah, the knight
No,
c5.
he started with
He
f3.
f3. Okay.
So now bishop e8 was preparing this move, protecting the g6 pawn. So now he regrouped the knight since there's no point to keep it anymore there, and not f5 but f6 now to force the exchange. Although h4 was not possible, that's why I didn't like f6. It felt like we are gonna need to go f5 and it loses the tempo. He had different thoughts, different calculations, and
He just didn't mind this at all.
and look at the speed. He's just playing for the practical chances, pushing the opponent in this weird position, where it feels a little bit like pieces are standing randomly on the board for, and because of that, then you can make moves so fast, and then we can also miss some tactical blows, some tactical attacking ideas, and just for the price of a pawn, he is making white burn the time, and then in the time trouble, he wants to strike.
This is a different type of compensation. I'm down a pawn, but I have 27 minutes up on the clock.
Yeah, this is when what I always am saying. Like whenever you play, as well, like same thing could say a little bit dubious openings or some crazy lines. If you do that, like also some sacrificing positions ideas or something like a little suspicious, then if you do that, then do it convincingly. don't don't be burning time and still playing in this kind of way.
Learn from Indich. Sacrifice the pawn, go for a walk. Look at him there in the background, taking a walk, very relaxed, checking out the rest of the games.
Yeah, and he can play these positions very well. Like this is the way he plays, the way he feels just the best. And let's see if today he manages to strike back after the two disappointing rounds in the previous days. Of course, objectively, the position still should be just better for white because they are just a pawn up. Yet, for the position to develop in a way that the pawn is a decisive factor in this game, it's gonna be require a lot of things to happen because it's not like any of the sides are about to promote a pawn to a queen.
No, I was trying to see now, even if, it's very hard to actually get a passed pawn here. If you would play f4 at some point, some kind of position where a lot of pieces get traded, even if you play f4, it's not so easy to also achieve e5.
Yeah, so the value of the pawn is more that it's one more piece to defend something rather than that it's gonna promote somewhere. But it's yeah, it's hard to win these kind of positions. Very hard to win to make the use of the pawn. And I think it's very important for white to speed it up a bit. You cannot keep spending so much time on every move.
No, no, that's true. We had another game where white was up a pawn, and that was on board 2. Did we have any developments there? So the opposite endgame, opposite colored bishop endgame that you were predicting appeared.
Yeah, so here after g3, he went for knight a5 immediately. Not a6 first.
Not a6.
Queen e3 to protect the pawn. And now b6. Did not take. I guess just queen takes b6, exchanging the queens, and d4 break. It's just too easy with doubled b pawns. So c5. Now queens exchanged, rook c8, c6, and now attacking the b2 pawn, so rook a5, and now a6, just breaking the blockade.
So bishop takes a6, rook c6.
Mm-hmm.
And is black also winning b2 by force?
Looks like
I
that,
think so.
since we can.
Yes.
That would lose the bishop. And we cannot play
Rook
something
d2.
rook d2 because. Oh, we
Bishop
can.
b7. Yeah, we have this idea.
Yeah, but still, does it not win the pawn?
But if you play rook b6 first, instead of rook a8 immediately, rook c to b6.
Uh-huh. So this is
I
not
think
easy
that
to
makes
defend.
it work.
Mm-hmm. The pawn is hanging. We cannot move it because
But rook
c3.
a2? Rook a2?
And then,
and bishop c4.
oh, that doesn't work. Okay, but maybe it still does work. Let me just take a look at this. I want to take.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to go rook to a file.
Bishop b3. Maybe it's not enough with the opposite colored bishops anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it just should be draw. But okay, I don't manage to take the pawn back. Not in this way. Yeah, that is true. But the position here. Where are we here?
Here, rook a8, yes, and bishop b7.
And on rook a2 with the threat of bishop c3.
And I don't have a move, no?
The rook c2 is the only one that doesn't give the pawn
Rook
back
c2.
immediately. But
Yeah,
then I
let's
thought
do that.
d4 is
d4.
just enough. Again.
Well, that wins the pawn. But on c4, you don't play d3?
But it exchanges the pawns.
Yes, it does.
But it's. Is this an easier endgame or the other one is easier? How to know? Just how? Okay, maybe bishop f8, bishop c5.
Keep the rook on c2 and bishop f8, no?
Yeah, that seems easy. If you get bishop c5 here,
you get some counterplay as well.
Yet we had this position, and after rook d2, haha, we can go d4. Oh, that's nice. And in case you take, now we go rook a8 because I have rook c1 check after bishop b7.
Oh, d4 is nice then. So
it's d4. I don't know. And now we can go rook here. And now in rook a2, there's no bishop c4.
That's very subtle. Every move
And
stops
suddenly,
one of the ideas.
yeah, and like this, you can actually also accidentally lose with white. Gotta be careful. And I think he's mainly considering to play bishop f4, not to lose the pawn here. And looking at some ideas like this, I assume.
Like that, and on takes.
In calculating this position, I don't know. Although And I'm not sure what could be happening here, really. Ah, c7 is there. Okay. Yeah, so
But
it's
on
not so easy.
c7, you cannot take it.
We win the bishop? No? Oh,
At c2,
but we win the bishop
you
back.
also, yeah,
we
there's
win the
also the c pawn.
we win the bishop, but we lose the bishop as well, yeah. So we have to go for this. And now again we are in trouble with white.
So
Yeah,
it's possible. It's kind of,
still
yeah.
probably a draw, but and now black has
Mm-hmm.
to give up perpetual because rook g8 is a mate.
Yeah. It's probably headed towards a draw. It was, we saw a lot of equal lines here.
Unless white blunders by over pushing. Yeah, but it's interesting position to calculate. And other moves, I don't think there can be anything else. Can we? No.
Maybe keep not playing c4, maybe the bishop a4, and rook takes, and rook a6, and I don't know, rook c1 to push, and but you would play d4.
Unless I'm going for this, but yeah, d4 seems to be just too
The d pawn
effective.
somehow looks more dangerous now than the c pawn.
Yeah, these pieces are not well placed. We could actually be facing rook a2 ideas and not being able to untangle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
No, this is not. This isn't nice. We had better options before.
but this is heading for a draw. Just for a draw. Over here, and yeah, so from these players, both of them had rather good tiebreaks, so the winner in theory could be also having good place, like fight for the first place in case of win, but they are meeting each other, and the draw is seemingly the most likely result right now, which would also mean that the winner could end up being just on 6.5 in this tournament, in theory. I mean that.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they're following those things, but there are certain players that you know that have good tiebreak, and then you're making sure that they are not winning their. If they are making a draw or they're winning their game, and then you're also adjusting the strategy. But I guess Abu Satoro is just in a direct fight with Giri, so they both are just looking to win the game because of that.
Yeah, they're just playing their game. Let's see what happens.
So there's not much development in on board one. It's just been Queen c5 played, and now again White is thinking, so just a position that we kind of expected, kind of looked at.
Mm-hmm.
And what about Giri board? Board
Yeah.
call?
What about his board? What was traded on b4 and how?
Well, there was knight b6 played after all. Rook
Yes.
d1, rook d1. And he didn't go for rook d8. Wow.
He played knight b4. Yes, of course, because the knight on c3 is pinned. And the b6
Interesting.
knight is hanging.
Yeah, because. But this seemed like such an easy way to play, though. Rook d8. Wonder what was prepared there. Where was some small advantage for white to push on. But knight b4 takes, and now queen b6 and queen f5. So it was not missed by Guri. Maybe it was a trick that he prepared, trying to provoke his opponent into this. And what is going on?
So the
Rook
rook
is
is
hanging.
hanging, yeah, to begin with. We cannot take on b4. And the pawn is hanging.
Okay, let's first questions. I guess what happens after rook e8? How does white continue?
If queen e5, bishop e4, no?
Yeah, and I think black is better, thanks to the distant potential passed pawn. Of course, this is a strong diagonal, but
Knight
okay.
d5, does it achieve anything?
Okay, yeah, I guess black is not better, but that's just a little bit too too quick statement. But also even just queen f5 as well, and then knight jumping around could be good. Knight d5, that's an exchange, right?
That's an exchange, yeah. But I was wondering if there could be anything for white here. No, no.
Or rook on b5, I like to attack on b3. Yeah, seems just fine.
Mhm. So what else if not queen e5? If pawn takes a5, I think queen b3
Ah,
is an
yeah,
option, no?
that is true. This is attacked. And if something bishop a1, then we have
Bishop f.
time to make
Even better, bishop
moves.
b4. Yeah.
This is protected, this is attacked. Yeah, and this we can just I'll take something.
Okay. So what else on rook e8?
Or maybe it is this position that he would like to play, something like queen f5. Rook e8 is played. It seemed like the most natural move in the position, just to keep things organized, take care of the two things that were attacked, two weaknesses. So
Mhm.
that's why we go there. Yeah, queen f5. Ah, but queen f5 we have just queen at e6. That's definitely no problem for black.
No, it looks like a tough endgame for white, maybe. Was trying to find a way to not allow this queenside majority here.
Yeah, b5 is
b5, for example.
b4. Knight to d5, perhaps. Maybe we need to take 6. Then at least now there's something happening. At least you can.
Can you do it right away? Queen b5 now?
Yeah, I guess didn't work out
Oh,
this
but
move either.
queen, maybe you can play queen g4 still, no? Rook e7. No, rook e7. Does it work? Takes queen e6. King f8.
Yes, it works. Yeah,
I guess it works, yeah.
go back and forth, but we also didn't need to take the pawn immediately. No, like here we can take the pawn immediately. No, it's fine. But it meant that white can also try something like this.
Yeah.
Queen e6, maybe e4, and this can get unpleasant with all the pawns on the dark squares. Like, there's room to make mistakes with black. Let's say that.
Yeah, I think this is more pleasant than the endgame we were looking at before with only the pawn on b3.
After b5, do we have alternatives to bishop b4? I don't think we do. Although this is not under attack since there is bishop a3.
Mm-hmm.
So in theory, we could try to make a different move if we have any available, like g6. Oh, I'm sorry.
You play the winning move g5. That was a few rounds ago. Okay, but now you can take on e5. Ah,
Yeah,
no, f6 is not hanging. Yeah,
yeah, this is all
f6
protected.
is not. Yeah.
Unless knight d5 is here,
Yes, yes. Let's see. No,
since we don't have knight d5 because
bishop takes b2.
but that loses the The pawn. We just take back. And then rook d5.
Yes. Uh-huh.
So rook takes e5. We have to take the
Knight
queen.
takes. Yeah.
Oh, and we're piece up.
And takes. Yeah. Okay.
That was not a hard
Problem
line.
solved.
Not a very hard line to calculate. Yeah, so g6 seems to be very effective here on b5. It's almost like we have to go back with the queen somewhere. But then all the threats are gone.
What about knight d5 here?
Wow.
Ah, no, you just take and come back to f6. Okay. On queen e5, knight f6.
Ah, well, yes,
Problem
we don't
solved.
have it.
It's too easy.
Yeah. Rook e8 is like such a nice move because everything is protected. Like coordination just appears in the position.
Okay, so b5, g6, and you have to move the queen somewhere, no?
Yeah. And if you move the queen somewhere, like I don't have a good square for the queen. I have no idea where to go with it, but this seems to be just very well. Like we can. Oh, we don't manage to take this b5 pawn. Okay, is a small issue.
That's okay, no?
And queen d5 perhaps. It thought somehow that I'm taking the b5 pawn. So now we have the e5 hanging.
Mm-hmm.
And don't see how to defend it. Unless this is fine.
But, if I
But
play rook d7, rook b6 or what? Yeah, here, rook d7, rook e7 even. No, you lose a
yeah,
pawn
rook
on e5,
b6,
so
yeah. But the check could be
rook
maybe
b6.
with some checkmate ideas.
And play rook b8, no?
Mhm.
But on
Yeah.
rook
Or
b8, there's rook e7. So king
f4
h7 has to be played, I guess. Ah, f4 immediately one.
is also there, and just king f2. We still cannot take. Still can be unpleasant. So I don't think bishop b4 was a good move in that position. Something else. Because nothing is attacked. And we can just prepare, I think, from the black side here. b7 though is a bit annoying. That we cannot just play it here and take with the queen on d8. Knight d5 immediately. Now. Did we look at that? No, we did not.
I don't remember. We looked at knight d5 in so many positions. We didn't look
Not
at it
now.
now?
No.
Okay, let's see what happens. So knight takes, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Rook takes.
Rook takes is the only move. Correct. There is nothing like this.
Yeah, as we remember.
And bishop takes b4.
Rook e5.
But why would we want to do this with white?
Yeah, you have a point there. It's not much different from the other position.
It just seems much
Okay,
more easy.
was it maybe rook d7?
Oh, maybe some activity like that. Or d7. Okay. No, but queen e6. That's game over. Draw could be agreed already. On bishop e5, we also have queen e6. I don't believe that this could be a draw offer. Not in this kind of moment. So what are we missing? What trick? What idea?
On bishop e5, you say queen e6 anyway, and I have no tricks, no?
Maybe
But I
this can
could
be a
keep
game.
queens, yeah.
But who is risking more? Is it white or black? Game continues, technically. But I think that black is not too worried here.
No, no, he's not worried at all. The only worry is how to advance the B and A pawns.
Exactly. How to promote them. And just even b6 plus a move and ask white what do you do next. Yeah, he takes on b4. Yeah, okay. So this might be a draw coming in. But anyways, I think it's good time for us to still go for a short break before this round finishes.
And all
And
the fun begins in the time trouble.
yeah, so stay tuned, and we will be back with you with the final action of this tournament already very shortly. Hello, we are back with the final action in the final round, round 9 in Sharjah Masters 2025. So, all the games all are already in the final stage. We just saw a draw. I don't know if you saw, but in the camera we could see that players agreed for a draw on board 2. So, Image Velimir against Sgîrcea and Shant. It was
Understand.
uh, Christian, yeah, Shant, and yeah, that was a draw. Well, sorry about that. And other games are still going. We still have both of our tournament leaders fighting it out, and both of them are fighting it in rather equal endgames.
Oh, so this might also get just traded off. Is that an invitation to a rook endgame? Or bishop takes b2 also?
Yeah, this is an invitation to a draw. It does look like that. Bishop e2 is also just we exchange the
Mhm.
pawns. I think that Abusatoro is just trying to find a way if there's some line where he can win the a pawn and try at least to have a passed pawn and without losing the a6 pawn as well. Because in simple line, like takes and then just takes, I assume just simple rook a7 and then rook a1 is just gonna be immediate draw.
Yeah, you can defend the bishop for a moment if you want, but then you don't move it anymore. No?
Yeah, it's just gonna stand like this for a while and that's it. So that is an invitation for a draw indeed. Yeah, just interesting how it went to that. So here was played in this position d4. Yeah, they just exchanged. That's it. Nothing much. Just accepting a draw today as a good result, and that's it. Maybe also provoking a little bit. You know, like you're playing too much for a win here with black, and somewhere you end up, or did it just a bad end game or something? But unlikely. Seems very unlikely in this case. Although
Yeah,
taking on
probably.
e3, it doesn't seem to be so good, especially
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Maybe here white can put some problems with rook f7 in case
yeah,
of rook b3.
yeah. Then it can be just unpleasant still. So might be necessary to go for this bishop b2 and taking everything. So some lines still could be bishop b2 and now not to go for a5 pawn immediately, but to play something maybe like bishop d4 or something. And after take on b7, just to look for someone like rook c5 or just to take with a rook on a5.
Ah, yeah, this makes it more complicated.
In theoretically more complicated, but yeah, it also could just anyway just lead to a drawn rook endgame very quickly. If white wants a draw, then I think black has no chance to win this.
Yeah,
Again,
this rook d7 is just annoying. Unless you keep the bishop and play bishop somewhere, maybe c3. And if rook d7, you have g7 covered, and you could take on a5.
yeah, can try this kind of approach. But this is exactly what you could be hoping for as white here, trying to provoke black into something like this. Also, there's some moves like knight g4 or the threatening checkmate.
Which, by the way, is not so easy to stop.
Yeah, some rook h5 maybe needs to be
Rook
played.
h5, yeah.
But that's just
It's not how I
feels
wanted
wrong.
things to go, yeah.
Yeah,
Not with rook h5.
and of course I could take on first on h7 and then threaten knight g4 still. Since we don't have a way to cut it off with bishop g7 or anything like that. Yeah, so Ambassador, we can see him very deep in thought. because he's just trying to find a position that is not easy in a forced way. I think he's already thinking for 10 minutes here. He doesn't have what to save his time for. If he can't find a way how to keep the game going, then he just doesn't need time. It's just going to be a draw, anyways. And
Seems like a good moment to think.
he did get.
See if you can get anything.
Okay, I wanted to say he did get a pawn back. Technically, he still didn't get it back. He might still come up with an idea not to take the pawn.
Like in the line that you were showing before.
Yeah, just to play with a pawn and give up the h pawn, and yeah, be without a pawn indeed. Just yeah, and there is not much development in game between Giri and Aditya. Although Queen c6 was played, not Queen e6.
No. So what was Bishop e5, Queen c6, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
the position we were looking at, and now Rook to d7. Okay, so the question I assume that is on everybody's mind is what is after Rook e7 happening?
You have Rook d8 and back if you want.
Exactly.
If you want.
So this is completely safe. Okay, maybe now we have Queen g4 at this moment because the Rook is pinned.
Mm-hmm.
We can go
Because
bishop.
on f6 you can take on e8.
I can also just go bishop f8 and forget about it all. It's just so safe. There'll be just no way to. I'm just trying it all, but yeah, like hey, nothing is gonna work here, obviously. Uh, so what is gonna happen? Is it gonna be Rook e7 and then Rook is just gonna retreat and he's just gonna try to find.
Even Queen e6 now is an option, no? It's still an option, forcing the trade of everything.
Yeah, if we want to. That is. If we don't want to already play for a win with black. Like doing something at b5 and just going for it. So I think it's at the moment very, very likely that these two games finish in a draw. And in case Indic manages to win his game, then there is still a he's in the race for the first place
He
as well.
could catch them. So how is he doing then? Oh, he's doing well from afar. But let's see. He looks active, but that's what, 2 pawns down.
So
But
what
very
happened
active.
here? So we had in this moment just Rook b1 played, and he simply regrouped the knight, brought the queen over, put the knight on f4, and now won the dark squares. Activated the queen. King is in the kind of semi mating net there with some bishop d7, bishop h3 ideas.
Mm-hmm.
This
But the
looks
bishop
very
from
good.
g7 is open.
Yeah, that's such a big change in the position. This bishop is open. And before, all the issues were coming from the fact that it was locked in, and now it's working. And we didn't even need to sacrifice anything more to open it.
No. Yeah, it's just, it's also still a pawn. Still 1 pawn down.
Yeah, so it's just looking pretty nice.
So, for example, bishop d7 could be a move right now.
Yeah, bishop d7 is the first move that comes to mind. Maybe he's just planning to play king g2 and to be fine with the draw.
I think white will be fine with a draw. The question is if black is fine with a draw.
Ah, we could still also play h4 here. That makes a lot of sense. Just get a bit more space. Remove the weak pawn.
Mm-hmm. And g5 is not threatening anything.
Maybe g4 it does threaten.
Maybe it does threaten g4, yeah.
And the hard part is what to do with white. Can I take the pawn?
Sure. I was wondering about the same thing. At least you can take pawns, no? For the future, when you escape, if you escape, then you're up to pawns.
But
So
even
g4, yeah?
this pawn alone is controlling those 2 pawns there.
Mm-hmm. Still, well, there's a little bit of threat on f3. But no further threat, I think.
Keep taking.
So if you take, yes, let's say
Okay,
I
we
take on
take.
f3.
This looks so bad.
A brave rook on d6 will save the game.
Looks so terribly bad for white.
Maybe include the rook with rook a1.
Could be a useful move.
Maybe we get some back rank ideas.
Can't do
Somehow.
that. Feels like we just can't do anything. Yeah, I don't see a move for white that would make any sense here.
f2 is a nice idea sometimes. It doesn't work right away, but it's there. Because if bishop takes, then you take on e1. Bishop takes the queen, I mean. But if bishop takes the pawn, there I have... I know, if bishop takes the pawn, then bishop takes c3 and wins a piece.
Yeah, but I don't even see how we stop something like
Mhm.
bishop g4 with a threat of f2 or bishop d4 and like bishop e5, like so many easy moves available.
Yeah.
He went for bishop d7. h4 I think is gonna come. No, king g2.
Yeah, I was going to say we still haven't found an answer to king g2. So maybe go for it. Okay, but one idea for
Yeah.
black could be queen g5, king f7, and rook h8.
Oh, I thought just bishop d4 a threat and checkmate.
Ah, that's nicer and faster. Yeah.
Bishop f2, the only move?
Yes.
But that means that we are... Wait, but that's over.
That's over. He played bishop d4.
Yeah. It felt wrong. The king g2 just felt wrong. Like, he have option to gain space and limit activity and or do this.
Yeah, but I don't think h4 felt like a space limiting
It
move.
took away the
The
g5 square.
activity for the queen, but you still have the pawn. I think g5 was unpleasant for white.
Yeah, but this seems to be just lost.
Mm.
There's no stopping it. Or is there something somehow moving the bishop? No, that's not gonna work. This is so easy. We can at least take the rook as minimum. But we also can...
King d1, take on d3, no?
Yeah, or we can also do these kind of things and... It's just lost. Just lost for white.
So today it looks
Unless...
like Indige's braveness will prevail.
Yeah, very nicely. On h4 doesn't help anything, of course, because
Mhm.
bishop h3 comes anyways. I think we could also see resignation because if bishop f2 is the only move, I don't think he's gonna play this out because I don't think there's much point to play this position out. I don't know. Maybe like okay, no, maybe you just it's last round. You need to show some fighting spirit, but it's just such a so hopeless.
Yeah, the rooks will get in. Maybe you can try to get pawns, no? Could you be brave and take the pawn on b6?
And that's what I'm preparing. The queen on this diagonal.
And I couldn't have done it before either for the same
Yeah,
reason, right?
because queen g1 there was.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if you want to grab the pawn, I think I'm just.
I thought you won knight d4.
Then queen g6.
Okay.
So I want to first give check on d4. Push the king somewhere.
To e1 maybe?
And now knight to
And
d3.
go knight d3.
Okay, I still have rook a1, but yeah, I can
Yeah.
just pick up. So wow,
It's
that's
incredible how
impressive.
he creates his chances. We were thinking that after h4, g5, earlier in the middle game, it would be very unpleasant for black. And it turns out he had all these fantastic ideas on the queen side.
Yeah. Well, we don't. Of course, yeah. I mean, he was. We don't know how accurate was his opponent's play, as there were a lot of those small moves that didn't seem like they achieved too much, and but yeah, he made it so complicated that opponents did not manage to find the best moves. Was burning a lot of time. Probably at some point wanted to start playing faster and made some inaccuracies, some mistakes.
So how was, let me just take a quick look at how he was doing. How was his Buchholz? He had worse Buchholz than both Giri and Abdusatorov if he catches up with them.
Only half a point difference though is opposite Toro.
Only have a point, yes.
But 2.5 with the Curie. 2.5 it's a lot. But
Yeah.
in this tournament where anybody can beat anybody, it can change. Also, we know that one of the opponents for Anish Giri is not playing, and the last round not playing, so it's
And the
possible.
third tiebreak was equal between them, Abdusatorov and Indic.
The tiebreak is still.
What was the third tiebreak?
They increase the Kat Buchholz, yeah. So the first one is Kat Buchholz, and the second one is even more Kat Buchholz. So yeah, that's kind of funny. But this system kind of yeah, but still, it doesn't. There is still some logic to be argued about having two Buchholzes in a row, not changing the tiebreak completely, as I am just now coming straight out of the very unpleasant experience on losing the tournament first place on the Buchholz.
Oh no!
And it was the Latvian Championship. Yeah, he resigns. Ooh, congratulations! Indic might be sharing the first place as well if the first two boards do finish with a draw.
Well, the first board looks definitely like it's gonna finish in a draw.
How did rook get to d3?
He played after bishop b2, rook d3. Or how? No, he played rook e4.
He played rook e4 to defend it, to be able to play rook b4. And he played rook d3, and now something similar coming.
But bishop c3?
But it's going to be the same thing, right? And with rook a1.
There was also knight d5, I think, on bishop c3. Just to push the bishop away from there.
Actually, on bishop a5, there could be knight a5 as well, with two forks somewhere in the air. Although bishop d8, I guess, stops both of them, unfortunately.
Yes.
But yeah, it could be the move on bishop c3 immediately. So this is the position. What could he play then? Bishop d4 back. Can you not get in danger somehow accidentally here?
You could, yeah. And
Bishop e5. Okay. There is a checkmate at least on the back rank.
but
So
let's see
white.
how he achieves that. So what if rook takes b7?
That will be played immediately. I think it was played immediately, yeah.
Is he going to go after the a5 pawn with rook a4 maybe?
He could try that, but this is again
Yeah.
not nice. We also have these ideas. If the rook somehow goes to e8, we can just defend the pawn. King is just so weak.
Rook c5 maybe?
King with nobody to take care of it.
Not yet, not yet, not yet. Yeah, maybe some rook d1 threatening knight e7 and rook d8.
Rook d1 could be the way to lose, the trick. To use the bishop on e5. Exactly.
You found it, yes.
I was thinking something like rook d7.
Okay, but then rook a takes a5.
d1. Okay, but then at least we get rook a1. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted somewhere to play f4 and to try to win it, but I can't manage exactly that.
Not enough time for everything, no?
Oh, but I can play knight g4 here. I think bishop g7 is forced.
Yeah.
And then I
you
can
can
go
get
with
the rook out.
I don't know on which square I prefer it. And then after taking, I can already go rook d7. This is covered very well. And now we could get the similar situation on. Oh, actually, we already have knight coming, so we are just winning with white here.
He found a better way to do things. And he played rook c5, not rook a4.
And on rook d1, he's probably planning just rook d4. No, I thought that we can't take on d4 because of checkmate, but we can.
Mm-hmm.
So what's after rook d1?
Well, rook d4 is possible anyway, no? And it's trading pieces, but getting a5. It's not... No, I think it's possible. I was looking at takes and knight g4.
Trying to make it
Trying
work.
something. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but
How?
that gives at least a draw for us, doesn't it? Ah, no, it doesn't actually. We can just take, and after here we go to f8.
Yeah.
And in case we take...
Rook h5.
Here. Oh, there is no bishop takes f2 because this piece is dropping. I thought we get a pawn at least by guarantee back, but no.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
no.
I'm looking for ways to trap the rook, like, but no. Here I'm looking at the rook h5 or bishop g7. But bishop g7, I thought knight g4, yeah. And rook h5, maybe rook h5 is.
But rook h5 allows a g4.
And takes on h3, king g2. Do I get my own rook trapped?
No, it can go far away.
Yeah, if I stay on the h file.
But also we can unpin if we want to with rook d7 any moment.
Yeah, that's true.
So bishop g7 could be the only trap.
And knight g4.
Please down, the only square is awkward.
Yeah.
Could be awkward.
There's g5. And
Hey,
now
g5?
you can try king f7.
G5 won't do much because on the light square it's gonna be safe. Although,
Yeah,
and
it's
now
safe.
and now we
Yeah,
promote the pawn.
exactly. It's safe, but it's not coming out.
Yeah, we stop the knight f5 move by keeping rook here to be able to take it, and then yeah, but okay,
H4 maybe.
h4, yeah,
But
or
still,
king.
A5, A5, go.
Okay, I'm gonna go king g2, and on a5 I'm gonna go h4.
Yeah, go A4.
And I'm just gonna take it.
A3 and rook H what? No, no, rook H1.
Oh, it's so not working. Okay, and
But rook
this is
H1, yes,
not gonna be
A2,
so
knight
good.
C2. Yeah, rook B1.
No,
Yeah,
but this is not good. Not a good way
rook
to do
B2.
it. It's, you can really lose. Yeah, okay, so there is danger to taking h7 pawn. Some trick we found that could be in the mind of Abosatoro here. But I do like knight g4 with 4 rooks on the board. It just feels like the way to go. White is clearly okay with the draw, so knight g4 is the kind of move that just asks, what do you do? And is it... Oh, but also in the previous position, the rook cannot be trapped because we can give a check and then we can take.
Ah, okay, yeah.
And then there's no bishop g7 and it's just easy.
Yeah, this is an improvement. This check.
But in this position, actually, with 4 rooks, why I wanted to do it, that I was thinking that maybe here on bishop g7 I can just bring the rook over somewhere and start checking.
Let's try then a check.
Yeah.
That's possible, yeah.
So now knight g4 seems like just activating the knight. A good way to solve the problems. Okay, what happens on rook a7 though?
Gonna take?
And rook c1. No, there's no rook to cover the c file.
You have one idea.
I think
And rook a1, I lose the pawn, so rook f4 maybe.
if the one idea is to checkmate, then I think it's good enough.
It's a good idea, no?
Yeah, but rook f4 knight g4, that's gonna go very fastly bad.
Yeah, it has a lot of potential.
So what can be done after rook a7? There can be no ideas. Like white's king side position is so safe that the focus has to be on the a pawn. Maybe some other move before taking the a pawn, but here rook c1. Rook f4 does seem like the only move that doesn't lose on the spot. Okay, rook a1 also, like we can do, yeah, this endgame.
Yeah, give back the pawn. This is going to be a draw.
But
in case black.
I like chances actually for white with knight still, knight and a bishop against the bishop. If we exchange the knight and against the bishop, of course it's gonna be a draw. But here, practical chances, of course a draw, but can be tortured still a bit. And on rook f4, yeah, I was thinking knight g4. And what do you do? How to
Maybe
survive
bishop
this?
g7. But bishop g7 allows rook c7.
Exactly, yeah.
That's the problem. Rook f8, is it more than a draw?
Okay, we have at least a draw, yeah.
But it is more than a draw because you could even take on e5 and rook c7, no?
Exactly, yeah, I could take.
And
But
try
of
for
course,
more.
then I lose the f2 pawn, which is not
And maybe
perfect.
still a draw.
But
But on knight f7, king g7. Ah, I
Loses
lose the knight in e5, yeah.
the
Bishop
knight
on
g4
e5.
immediately he went. Okay. Because on rook a5, no, but then on rook a1 we have rook a on rook c1 we have rook a1, yeah. So that's why it was nice to put rook a7, I think. I think it was forcing things that you have to be careful with black. But maybe also here you do have to, because it is a threat. He takes on a5. Okay. Because there is no option not to give up the second pawn, since even in this line we have this option and take an h7 pawn.
Right, yeah.
If we really want
Oh, I
pawn.
have bishop h2.
Ah, okay, that's the case, yeah.
Yeah,
Then bishop h2.
but equal, no? I mean,
Yeah, of course it's equal, but we should be
true.
looking how to activate the other rook. Yeah, the problem is that now the rook a1 can exchange rooks, so it's not so. If white wants a draw, then of course exchanging those it makes the endgame completely drawn. So there is no, I don't think there's any chance that black creates tricks. It's all about, or the white is looking if he can win this game, or at least not win the game, but cause some trouble. There are also ideas like f4. They're also interesting. With an idea that on rook f4, sometimes we just do this and take with h7 with a check. Not sure what is this position like. But probably after g5 it's okay.
Yeah, I should be okay, no?
But just as a motive, it exists somewhere in there. So sometimes can be some funny moves like f3 available. Just asking the rook where does it want to go.
For example, to e2.
Yeah, but then f4, for example.
Mm.
Don't know, just some ideas. Again.
Maybe a check on d4 and something like rook a2.
Yeah, that is possible. And then
There's still no.
who is doing what here?
If I
I
take
don't.
on g2, that's
That
yeah.
that will be over. Yeah.
Yes, that's one way to lose it. And it's funny that there's no immediate checkmate here that I can go for. Like even if I take on g2, there's no threat.
And if you take here, then
Then you have time to
but
take with a rook, yeah?
I can take with a rook. I was thinking if I need to do, but I still threaten checkmate. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately you do.
It's just gonna be so dangerous. There's
And if
nothing.
bishop g7, there's checkmate on the other side, rook b8.
Oh yeah, but also rook g5. Just everything is there.
Yeah.
So yeah, and the ideas on f3 is if the rook leaves here, then I can go rook e1. At least they attack the bishop. And now maybe, I don't know, king on the light or on dark square. That's always a hard question. It could play a role, but it could be also important to have a king closer. But I have a threat again, and black has to keep defending. And also I have double threat. And
Yeah, this is not so easy to stop. I don't like it very much.
can get tricky. This is the position, but the time is not too much. He's already spending some time on the clock here, 12 minutes before the move, and he can't be having too much time left any longer. So it's big decision time. It's of course might be scary to allow rook on the second rank and everything attacking there, but
Okay, so once more, how did we get there? F3 right here, no? Was an interesting option. Yeah.
maybe a check now. And now just back.
To
No,
retreat
but
to E8.
yeah, but now again we have at least knight h6 as minimum.
Mm-hmm.
But also
But now,
a like oh no, but then there's rook a1.
yeah, I was counting on this rook a1, but I think knight h6 is. If white wants a draw, knight h6 is annoying. I still don't have king g7 never.
It's something like rook d7 could be also annoying for black. It's not so easy to find a good place for this bishop. And if it comes to g7, then we never have rook a1 due to rook to hg7.
But at least it covers h6, so maybe.
Yeah, but it leads to these lines. So I think there is no time for bishop g7 h5.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, and the bishop can go to something like c3, but that feels like a worse square somehow. Not
No,
exactly
maybe
sure
not,
why.
because rook e1 is in the books also. Maybe it's
Oh,
actually a nicer square to get rid of some of the pressure.
yeah, on f4, we can play again rook a1. And yeah, escape somewhere to a draw. We have to be accurate, but can probably just escape to a draw from the black side here.
I'm looking also at board 12 at Giri's game, and I see that we actually have that endgame that we have been seeing with rook and bishop versus rook and bishop
Oh,
on the board.
okay, that's interesting. Yeah, and black has not managed to set the pawn structure, so this is big. This is a big deal going on for white, that they have managed g4, h4. And now he has to choose the way to set up pieces. f6 is unpleasant because of the pressure there. He might need to exchange the bishops and give up the pawn and just have 4 against 3 draw. At some point, maybe he needs to. For now, he can wait, though.
Will white play h5 here? Or king g2? Maybe king g2.
King g2 comes into bishop
Bishop
e1, and
e1.
I think we don't want to play e4, as it's very
No.
important that the bishop is guarded. Whoops, that's was a misclick.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah, no, I don't think
draw agreed on board 1.
Mm.
He didn't try
So
for anything there.
someone offered a draw. Did white offer a draw in knight g4, or did
No,
Abuzadov make a move?
he took on e5 and offered the draw, yeah.
All right. Yeah,
Yeah,
he took on e5.
looked like there are chances to push already, but they are, of course, not big, and the time was little, so also draw is very, very understandable in the last round. So,
Very interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
No, just that if Anish Giri wins, then he wins the tournament. That's now is clear.
Even with a draw, I think he's still winning the tournament.
Well, there we would have to calculate how did his
Yeah.
opponents do? That would be very, very big factor, and would have to look at every round of his opponents and how did they do. And okay, I see that they're playing. Everybody is still playing who he played with, and yep, every single person. Okay, in that one, so he gains there some little bit. Vetaposatoro draw, Ivic draw.
If it's
Yeah.
draw, yeah.
But still 3 games going on, and yeah, not many results. Actually, very fighting last round. We had some rounds where we had very rather quick draws, but here last round is super super fighting. Returning to this position though, um, now King
King
G2.
G2. Wasn't
The
this
threat
helpful?
the threat is G6. Maybe he doesn't want King coming over to D3.
But the rook was on C2, yeah?
Yeah, but I think he wants to play Rook G6 to stop G6.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but with that exchanged A pawns, now when we exchange bishops, this draw becomes already much more easier for black in this structure. It's already very, very serious option just to play bishop c3 right now.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's why he gave the check first. Have the rook on a dark square.
And the king more far away, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this could be just the way to go. And this kind of position is already... This will be an easy draw. With a pawn on h5, a pawn on h6, and pawn on g4, that position, there are those a lot of ways how white could actually win. Still, if black doesn't manage to set up pieces perfectly, all sorts of ideas like pushing the rook, king in the corner and so on. But here, yeah, with g6, it just should be
Wasn't bishop
straightforward.
c5 maybe a try instead of bishop c3? A try to keep the... I mean, instead of white's bishop c3? Black's bishop c3, I'm sorry. Yeah,
So
bishop c5 for black, I'm sorry.
for black, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
But then we are giving up a pawn immediately. Here?
Yeah. Yes, but I thought that maybe... Oh, it's actually the same, no? We could have gotten the same in the other...
And in the other,
Not really.
the thing
No,
is
bishop
that...
c3, we have to trade bishops and...
Oh, and on bishop c5... Oh, g6 doesn't exist, yeah, okay, because that's... But now we can also get some moves like this, and we're still gonna need to find maybe the next move. Let's say like rook. He went bishop c5.
I was wondering if after rook a5, bishop d4, the endgame isn't easier to hold.
Yeah, with the d pawn at 3 against 3, it is draw if black's king is fine, normally placed and so on, and white's king is not crazy active. But it always somehow feels more... Just you have the feeling that it's more easy when there's no passed pawn. Like the human factor.
I
Yeah,
think he's
yes.
going to take on a5, yeah?
Yeah. He could try one time this. He actually doesn't have what to lose. He can try something like this.
And bishop c5 back.
And now maybe g6. Maybe. We cannot take because that's a checkmate.
Yeah, that's a nice trick. Nice
And
setup there.
if you take, then that's... And I don't know if it's a draw
Rook
already.
takes.
Yeah, then I don't know if it's a draw. Or not. Then it's very, very concrete how white's king activates or not. And that's why I like bishop c3 better than bishop c5, because now we have bishop on a3, and it's not very useful. Don't know what to do with this bishop.
He took on a5, and we have the rook endgame on the board.
Yeah, we have a rook endgame here. Wow. Okay. Big, important rook endgame. Deciding the tournament winner.
I,
Possibly.
s-
Maybe no.
I don't know. It looks like it should be a draw, but in practice,
It should be a
it's
draw.
never
In
easy
theory, yeah. But it's just about practical stuff.
because the king is close, so you can play king f8 and king e7, try to block the pawn. The rook will stay behind the pawn. And how does white make progress, right? So we can start with rook d1, for example, here.
D1. Not sure if I want to do that.
And king f8.
Yeah, because I don't like the idea if the king gets activated. I think we have to keep the rook on e1, and only when the rook somewhere leaves, then we go back to d1 somewhere. That's certain, but
I was thinking that after king e7,
check.
a rook check and and I have to go back. King e4
And it
and but if
can
I
be,
give a check, e1,
can become dangerous very quickly, I think.
rook
Or
d1, like that, of course.
there's a checkmate ideas.
Yeah.
So yeah, not this way. I think king of fate is just, yeah, it's a good way to play.
Immediately.
Maybe g6 somewhere is also important to put that we don't have to always put be in the checkmate.
But how does this change if white plays d5
And
and check?
the king is bad on f8 though. Okay, he cuts the king off on the third rank. f3. Now maybe he tries to get the king to g6 very quickly. No, but king g6, I think he'll face rook here, and then he'll get to have this position. And then the king is...
6 is sometimes an idea also.
Yeah, that could immediately solve it. Yeah, if you get a king g6, f6, that's it. But now on king h7, how could white avoid exchange of the pawns? I don't think you can actually. Yeah, we're actually threatening f6 already, not only king g6. We didn't manage to get king to e2 just yet, because then we would have the freedom to defend the pawn with the king. But or even if the king was on f2 already, then the position here, we would have after f6 we would have king e2, which would solve it. But we don't have it, and on f6, yeah, if we now try this, of course, that's not the way to go.
Yeah.
Can't start giving up pawns like that without activating anything. Okay, he played rook d3.
That forces d5.
There is rook
Maybe not.
d5 as well, but yeah.
Yeah, but probably king h7. And king
Or
h7 anyway, I guess. Huh?
or he wants to keep to e7 now. Now that the pawn is attacked, maybe he wants to do this.
But king f2, not g3. And if
King
check.
g3. Yeah,
But anyway, on king e7, there's a check, no?
then king e8. And this is attacked.
You have to go back.
Mhm. Now king g3, maybe just king rook d4.
And f4.
Yeah, but now g6.
Can still try with some king f3, yeah?
But this is already the blockade that we want.
Yeah. King e3.
And we can start checking.
Mm.
Checking all the time, non-stop.
The king has nowhere to hide anymore.
Yeah, and if it comes back to us, then again rook d1, that there is no rook a7 as king e8 comes. No even possibility to put rook under. So they're still in this position. Giri is now thinking whether to play. Okay, also sometimes it can make sense to play rook a4, maybe just to have less squares for the rook in case of king e2. But
And that also avoids the check that you gave on d4. So maybe here rook a4, as you suggested, and go for king g3 then. I think king h7 is a good plan because you also trade pawns when you play f6. So on king g3 maybe the plan is and king f4 now. Yeah, that's what I thought.
yeah, it's control also e5 square. That's very, very important. It doesn't seem to be doing too much. Although king gets back around.
Yes.
It didn't work out too good. To take with the king, that the king
King.
wouldn't get around.
Yeah.
And now we can come for the f-pawn if white gets too active with the king. And promote our own pawn. Yeah, it could be a tricky try.
It's more difficult to defend here than with the pawn on d5, or it feels so.
Yeah, because there are lines where king can go in front of the pawn, which is of course always the most scary part of these endgames. Yeah, we don't see the camera feed. This is not the board we're looking at. We don't have board camera for board 12. So we can't see that one as it's going right now. Other boards, there's still game continuing on board 4.
Yeah, it's a very interesting position. I've been keeping an eye on it.
So the black is technically a pawn down still, but this doesn't count, I think, as a pawn. And yes, black is just slightly better.
Each of the double pawns is half a pawn, no?
Yeah, something like maybe 0.6. Like they do give a bit of an advantage thanks to some extra square controls.
Okay, but this looks like a lot of pieces could get traded. For example, rook d1.
Yeah, I think black is trying to win it.
I think so, but how could he keep trying to win it?
Activate the
With
king.
h4?
Yeah, we are in a complete lockdown. That's the thing that's going on in favor of black. That white can't get out. If we could get g5, king g6, I think it would be already very...
G5 and g4 could be a plan, no?
Okay, so he's going for a
d1.
draw. Okay. Rook d1 is just going for a draw. Since it lets the king out. So something like, I think, rook b4, bishop e2 will be played. And king g2 and... no, on rook b4 I think he's going to play rook c6. Be able to take on c2 still. Yeah, and then on rook b2, then there is possibility to still put the king back in the cage. So we could see a draw with this kind of a repetition. Simply.
Yeah, this looks definitely looks like a draw. I think many ways to draw, even if white trades rooks, it's still going to be a draw. It doesn't need a repetition. Yeah, so starting on board 4, each player has 5 points. They're not going to be able to get close to the 6.5 and 6 pack.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some talk in the chat about the GM norms, so I'm trying to see some players how they are doing. So I see that Faustino lost the game, so he is not missing out on the norm in this event. And
Yeah, I saw that he was getting paired. I think he got paired against Mendonça, if I remember. And that was a tough game also with black pieces. Yeah, so he lost it.
but
And I also wondered about Asalbaeva because she had a very high performance. I think it was over 2600 before this last round. And I'm pretty sure that with a draw, she would keep it. It was
probably,
26-24. It was
yeah.
26-24.
But she's playing with an
It
opponent
was
2550, so she would lose her performance with the draw. So it would be some calculation would have to be done to be sure there. So I think we just can't for sure say it in this case that with a draw she gets an arm, but it's very
I
likely.
think so. Yeah, it's very
And
likely.
the position black is pushing. It's a tough one, just without the pawn, and black is just pushing here.
Yeah.
So some work to be done to secure the norm. So a lot of work still to be done. Yeah, seems like a very hard position now for white here on the board right now.
Yeah, unless
But
she can somehow make her c pawn advance, maybe.
yeah, but after rook c6,
Yeah, rook e6, and I don't know how try to push
because putting knight on
knight
a5
a5.
is scary because knight doesn't play, and after knight g5 some things can start to happen. Okay, after h5 as well, some ideas like this, and the king can be in a bit of trouble there. Oh yeah, the rook is still on e8, so now pushing the c-pawn is gonna be very, very slow. But there is for sure one norm in the event. I'm sure there are more, and that is by
Oh.
Omedov Edgar. He has performance so far 2687.
Oh, so even if he loses, he is not going to lose the norm?
Yeah, he
Yeah, he's on 5
has.
points.
Whose move it is? It is okay. It's white to move. Okay, so he has a hard position today, but it should be enough.
Seems
Even
like
with
5
those.
points was the requirement in this open tournament to get norm.
Yeah, since it's hard to get an average rating above 2600, but it's for everybody just below 2600. So then you need this +1 score to get a GM norm. And so let's see the rook endgame. Has it progressed in any way? I think the perfect defensive setup has been achieved. The king has nowhere to go. You can pretend that you're making progress with the king, but since rook is on d5, then there's nowhere to hide anywhere on the queen side. Although, maybe you want to go to c6 and play rook c5. I don't know. Okay, he's not doing that just yet. Okay, here's going to be rook d1, king d2. Trying to push the rook off the d file and then to be able to go away with the rook and then try to get the king maybe in front of the pawn. I think we can even play king e6 now.
Would that work? Yeah, it would work. Rook d8, and then
Then
you can move the rook.
and then on king e2 we have rook g1 attacking the g5 pawn. And on king
Yeah, that also
c6,
seems to
this
work.
rook goes away.
Rook d1 as well.
Yeah, rook d1, and then on king d. Oh, then the pawn is hanging.
You can get the pawn, yeah.
I don't know if it's necessary. It's always a big question. Should you be looking at such ideas at all in these kind of cases instead of just when you have a fortress kind of situation, then you just keep it rather than try to force the draw? Trying to force a draw is often the reason where the mistakes come from.
Miscalculation somewhere, no?
Yeah, but for us as commentators, we have to be trying to force things constantly on every move, every
Make this
position.
fun.
So rook g1, rook a1. I'm not sure where does the rook want to be. Maybe rook g1, keeping an eye on the pawn. Why not?
I would also think about rook g1 as a natural move. Natural place to put the rook on. Rook a1 also to have some checks from
Maybe now
afar.
rook. Oh, maybe he's
Rook
gonna
a3.
do
Yeah.
this. Yeah, again.
So maybe this is the way he keeps the fortress. When the king goes to e3, he's gonna give checks, and then when the king tries to push the rook away, he's going to try and cut off the king.
Yeah. It seems to be very, very close to a draw. But I think we're gonna see moves still. I don't know, at least 20 minimum.
Yes, this is gonna. I think she's gonna fight it out. Yeah, rook a3. And I was wondering if d5 would be a try.
Just claiming that in case of this, you want to go for f7 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be a try, theoretically.
If not this, then what? Because if you go king f2, that's probably where they started from. King f2, king g3, and on king g3, rook d3, and you're back to square one.
Yeah, let's say now. At least it asks questions. Black makes some decision.
I don't
And
think you can comfortably wait with rook c3 because still the same check. King e8. But even if you advance the pawn with d6, it's not going to work. You put the king on d8, yeah, d7, king d8, and then you pick up the pawn, no? And that
okay,
way,
we can't do that because d7 comes anyways.
yes. But maybe
And
rook, yeah, like that, and king e5.
yeah, and then there's this kind of position which should be just a draw as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're gonna circle around a bit, not immediately make
Uh-huh.
any action. Just
So you
wait.
think we're
Yeah,
going to
just
see rook d5 again?
no. I think rook b4. Yeah, I think he's gonna go rook b4 now. Yeah, just to try to all the time change something a little bit, and hope that in one moment opponent is not accurate enough and maybe blunder some, in getting to somewhere to the front or something. And this kind of way.
So board 4 ended in a draw, and board 5 also ended in a draw. And this is the most important game that is still in play.
And then also looking at all the results, that there are no resultative results on the very top boards, it is very likely that the Buchholz is not going to really change too much, since nobody's losing or gaining anything, just people, they're just draws. As for somebody to catch up in the Buchholz to somebody else, there has to be the other person's opponents need to be losing, your opponents need to be winning, and this kind of thing. If everybody just makes draws, then nobody catches anybody. The draws are dominating there in the numbers. Very much so. I'm looking if anybody played with people that won
That one?
the rounds,
I
but
don't
so
think so.
far I think, yeah, nobody. So it could be that Anishgiri is the winner of the tournament. He is not losing this game, so draw he will be getting regardless. And there is no additional playoffs or anything, so no sharing of the prizes whatsoever in this event. So the tiebreak, first tiebreak is direct encounter, and all three of them. Oh, they didn't play all three of each other, right? We didn't see the game.
No.
Busatoro Indage, yeah. So the direct encounter does not work, and and then the Buchholz will be the tiebreak, and most likely Giri would be first, and then it would be the question who is second. Is it Abusatoro or Indage, since their Buchholz had only half a point difference, which is, of course, then
very
it's
little.
just a question of one game, one opponent winning
Whose
or
opponent
losing.
won more games today?
So he tries with rook b4. Do we try king e6, or we don't want to bother?
Well, king e6 can be played. There's no danger. No? On e6, absolutely no danger.
In some case, we allow the rook
No, but
coming to f6.
you're going back to e7.
Yeah, king e6 is played. King e2 will be played now again. e3. He's also building up the time. Yeah, this is just so important. On easy moves, don't waste time. Make sure that you at least have this 1 minute on the clock as minimum. Just not to reach the situation where you're just forced to make a decision under stress. There's enough stress as it's last round, and stakes are high, so you don't need to add extra stress for yourself by being still on last seconds making a move.
I think he's going to try and go for d5. Now that he's given enough.
How do we get
He's played
d5
enough
though?
moves. The next move, maybe?
Okay, after king e7, yeah. It would be d5. I thought if we play rook c3, how do we get it? Okay, so now he's, after king e6, he's gonna go for d5. That's his idea. This is what he prepared. So we gotta go king e8, if you wanna be like...
Do we? But d5?
Perfectly safe. And then rook a5. Yeah, the king is too far away.
Yeah, this is similar to what we saw before. Even better, because on d6 you have rook d5. But I was just wondering, on king e6, d5, just for the sake of it, see how it is. Take.
Oh, we take, okay.
And put the rook on a6.
Yeah, these positions
It's not
are...
going to be similar as the one before. I think it is, no?
The king is a bit more active. That's the problem.
I want to play king e5.
Yeah, and 4 and we don't have time for rook f6.
Because but now we can trade.
Yeah, okay, but here we have the possibility to rook f6 just to skip a move, since the position without the rooks is also a draw.
Yes, yes.
So we don't even have to take on f6. But yeah, king e8. It's just the easier setup right now.
Of course, you should take the safe path.
Getting okay, he's trying to skip a move. We're also gonna see rook b3 now again. Or is that a provocation against rook a5?
But how? Why?
That he wants to give up the pawn and activate the king? Or king e4? Could be a provocation of sorts.
But the rook would stay on f5, no? Even in that position.
Yeah, we get d5, f4. No, he doesn't go for it. Again, not necessary.
Yeah,
Very,
sometimes
very.
when you get your fortress, get your drawing position, you don't have to calculate something different.
Okay, now rook d3, rook c4, king e7. Oh, so he's trying to use the fact that king is maybe too far and that on king f4 you might not be in time to be in front to stop the king from advancing. Oh, but there was no rook a5 because there was also rook c5, by the way, as a move.
Just go
Rook,
back to d3, yeah?
yeah, d3, rook c4,
And
rook.
king e7.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, king e7.
King e7 maybe. Yeah.
King g3.
And back to e6.
Back to e6, king f4, and then rook back to d1. Although, then a check is coming already. And king gets to e5.
King g3 is.
After king g3, can we
Let's
play
try.
f6, maybe? But again, not necessary. But I think we can.
King f4. King f4 loses the pawn f3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So I have to take.
yeah, there's no way to do anything else, and then we get this kind of position again.
There was a
Where we,
check on c7, but king d6, no?
yeah, then king d6.
Rook g7.
But that's going to be a position with one
That's
pawn
going
only.
to be a draw. Oh, yeah.
Can exchange, but you take this. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is going to be a very easy draw. So it takes there. f6 works as a draw as well here. If black wants that, some idea
Just to
here.
force matters.
Here on king e6, I think that rook c6 could be a bit unpleasant still.
Isn't this on king d5?
King d6 he went. Okay, not to have the.
No, rook c7.
Okay, so now rook gonna go away. Yeah, since on king f4 we can just play here and take with a check. Or can we? Let's see. Here, rook c5. Okay.
He played king f4.
Yeah, king f4, and now on king d5 there would be, I think, check. He doesn't want to calculate that as well. Okay, now rook is gonna go to a file. Not to have king d5 with the tempo. Oh
And
yeah,
with
then we're
black
gonna
wait.
go rook e1, I think. Oh no, rook e1 is
Why rook
mating rook
e1?
a7. Just to cut the king off.
But king d5? You still want to give the check.
Check, and maybe just king back to...
Maybe go back, because on the king e4 there was checks from behind. So king, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna go another check.
King d5.
And then we have this position once again.
Yeah. And I guess I'm again in time to play king e5 and
Here, yeah. And get this set up. Yeah.
defend it. But f4, you stay on d5. Yeah.
No, actually, this
Ah,
loses
even.
to f5. Yeah,
Oh, nice. So I have to stay where?
I have to
On
go back
f4,
with
I
the
have
king.
to go to e6. Right.
And
And
here
rook
is the thing
f6,
that
king e7.
this endgame
This is a
is
draw.
just a draw. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, I think f6 actually was maybe a bit more straightforward. Now, king d5, check will come quickly, I think. He's now pushing on time because he found an idea. And he wants the... Oh, he wants it to be executed quickly.
Yeah, our cameras are disappearing because all the all the streamed games are over.
All right, all of them are over. We still have one camera board. Let's see if how long that one is going to be active. Nope, that one is also
Nope,
gone.
gone.
So the organizers are turning off the camera boards. You can switch to a beautiful picture instead of a camera. Not a live feed in the picture, but we'll have to do.
The player's view. Okay, so is there anything other than king d5? Like king d7, does it also draw? But I think that's going to be more difficult if it does draw after king e5.
Yeah, this gets to
It
be the...
looks more scary.
But he played it.
He played king d7. Okay.
Yeah, okay, this gets really more scary. What?
King d5.
Yeah, and then he wants to do...
Does he want to play rook g1 and then rook f1? Or
This could
does he
be...
want to play rook b1?
This
No.
could be just losing very soon. It's on the... It feels like it's somewhere balancing on the edge. This is
Yes.
our data. This is why, yeah, Anishgiri was shuffling pieces around. He was trying to find somewhere where the opponent just misses some move or there's thing and ends up allowing king to d5. And yeah, that's why I liked f6 so much because it was much more clear draw kind of thing.
He probably was unsure about the end game with the f and g pawns against the g pawn that we saw, and where the rook gets traded off, and it's still a draw.
Yeah, because he for sure knows that in general with a d pawn and some other pawns, it's a theoretical draw. So then you know that this is theoretical draw and you're afraid a bit to change the structure because then you're changing to something else and you feel like this is just a draw, so why would you do any changes? Okay, so now white will give up the f3 pawn and will try to promote the d pawn.
So king c6. Let's see. No?
Yeah, because king e4 we keep checking and there has been no progress. There's no time to play f4. Though can we manage some shuffling around with king e4, king f4? And in case you come here, then I come here. Ah, no, there's a rook e1. I thought that then we get king f6, but that's a checkmate.
Self checkmate. How's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, helpmate.
Yeah. Helpmate, selfmate. I'm all the time confusing
Yeah.
those two. um, yeah,
Yeah,
so
I think
kings.
helpmate was when you are helping your opponent checkmate, and selfmate when you're forcing the opponent to checkmate you. So there was no way. The opponent was trying to not checkmate you, and there's just no way. We are
That's
talking about the checkmates into the problems, the studies.
yeah, this is the terms used in the chess solving puzzles, which are used in some solving competitions.
Have you ever taken part in the
Mhm.
solving championships?
No, no, I've been
No.
always rather bad at those, and I especially these mates, self-mates,
Yeah,
helpmates, they just
yeah.
it's very hard to wrap my head around them.
I feel the same.
They require a very specific kind of training to make them that your head would just click in a way that you would do.
Yeah, yeah. I've asked friends who do this, and they go to solving European and World Championships, and yeah, they do this kind of pattern recognition training that I didn't think was possible for studies and problems.
Yeah, everywhere you gotta train specifically to be good at something. You gotta train this one specific thing. Cannot just play chess and be good at everything around chess. Unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's also not just tactics. It's not like you could solve tactics and then you're good at problem solving as well. They're completely different.
Okay, so
So
he's calculating here the the lines. What can he sacrifice the pawn? Is it enough to win or no? Since there can be some problem that we don't have where to hide with the king and the cheap pawn, for example, starts running or something, but it is slow. The g5 pawn is very good blocker of these two pawns, so it's gonna be hard to get the standard scenario where you give up your rook and yeah, run with a king and a pawn and later win the rook back. Yeah, king c6 is played. Here we go.
no, I think I was just trying that out. King c6 for the first time. I
Oh,
think you see my move.
okay.
How is it?
It's strong. Yeah.
You play rook a3. Okay.
Oh, we don't have to give up a pawn.
But
That's even
doesn't
better.
king e7 just
He played
go back to
rook g1 already.
oh.
On king e7, I think he wanted to give a check. And then if king comes, then we don't get back, I think, that comfortably. He's trying to provoke f4 now, since f4 cannot be defended by white's rook. I'm,
But
yeah,
uh-huh. Yeah, I was thinking with f4, wasn't it a moment where no, you are getting mated if you're going to f6. f4, yeah. He can still go king c6 here, right? And that's a better version because the rook will stay on behind the pawn. Could it be?
yeah, it's... Oh, we could not manage maybe to block it. Yeah, I have a feeling Giri is winning this one. Somehow the defensive setup seems to be just collapsing. In the meantime, we have something that affects the Pujols. Kozak Adam lost his game against Muradli, so Kozak was playing
Hmm.
against Abosatoro. So that is some result that does affect something in the tournament situation. And also, yeah, just trying to see in the meantime if something is really happening with top places. Pujols, there are some results to case. And
We have king e4 here, and I guess that Black will go back to the king e7 defense. How did this improve, I wonder? If king e7? No, he goes for check.
Yeah, he just thinks that he's. Now I think we'll play rook e3. Yeah, rook e3.
And rook f1, I guess. Yeah, but if rook f1, now the king is also cut off. So king d5, giving up the pawn might be a much better version.
Yeah,
So let me see
that's
if I
true.
can. Yeah,
That is
let me see
very,
if
very
this
true.
works. Yeah, you can see my arrows as well.
Yes, that's good.
King d5, and now the rook is cutting off the king.
But now king e5 we have as a move available.
And king e7?
And then d5.
Maybe rook d1.
And then we'll set it up with rook e4.
And do the same thing all over again. Not really, no? You won't be
Not
able to do
not
it
really, but
forever.
yeah, rook
No.
d2. But then could we achieve some position with f5 takes then the kind of something winning in this way? I'm not sure. No, unlikely. I wanted to play something like f5 takes, d6, rook takes, king takes. But no,
And
nothing is working. Nothing is at all making any real threats. But I think or
so
d5
the
now immediately.
maybe. So the point is that if king d5, rook takes f4, you don't have king c6. And you have to play king c5, and then
It's
black
slow.
gets the g pawn.
Or even f6, right?
Uh-huh.
To be quick, to be just faster. And just, I don't know, take or
It's a
king
draw.
f7, and then we just keep running.
And give up the rook.
So king e5, king e7, d5 played. Okay. So the move was rook
Rook d1.
d1. Yeah, keep the king locked in. Don't allow any crazy checks now.
But now how does white make progress? I don't
Okay,
really
let's
see
go
it.
rook e4. Oh, rook
Rook
d2,
d2?
rook e1. Wait, rook e4, rook d2, rook e1. Yeah,
Rook d3?
d3. And now I go with it away.
Uh-huh. That's because when I give you a check, I'm gonna go king d4.
Is it a progress? I don't
I
know.
don't know. And then you
But
have rook a7 check,
7, king f8.
and then king e5 back. Of course,
Oh,
it's
and now
progress.
there is
Yeah.
no checkmate any longer. It's a big progress actually. That's a very big progress. Yeah, with the and we if we cannot do anything else because the rook d3 anyways, it happens immediately.
So how did we do things here? I play rook d2. Let's go rook d3 then.
Yeah, but then we go immediately. It's the same thing.
Ah, yeah, that's exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, now rook e1 we are gonna see.
This is some high class play here.
Yeah.
Because there's no other move. No, on rook e1.
Rook e1 maybe we can still in theory do something like f2.
Uh-huh. Because on d6, king d7, and I don't have king f6.
Yet, though. But
Right.
we'll have it soon.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, it's could it be already lost or there is still defense?
Rook e1. Doesn't look like there's a defense, no?
Okay, so maybe
e3, rook a1.
we don't let the king off the. We don't let the king back on the e file, maybe.
So on the check, what? What goes on? And push the pawn?
Push the pawn, I think, is gonna be good. Since then we can again,
Oh,
we have e6.
we could go around the pawn also.
Yeah, we can go around the pawn.
King c5.
That's scaring me much more. And now king d6 is actually with a threat to checkmate, so it's very. We don't have time to go for the pawn at all. Okay, let's get back to f8 here on the check. Ah, but then d6 is a very big threat.
Yeah. Maybe you can go now king e8?
Now king e8 and but helping us? Yes, not too much.
Or you could put the rook on c7 first. Huh?
I'm thinking if I reach f6 square and g7, I'm winning anyways.
So what? How check?
Yeah, and here, I think this is winning anyways, because I take f7, and then I'm
you're
gonna
gonna
play.
take g6 as well. Okay, that's easy. Yeah.
Rook d3. Yeah, he has no choice. But he's also already not confident, because we see that again going down on time. Rook a1. Could be just winning already. Or if there's some defense, then
like
it's something very, very not obvious at all that has to be found. Yeah, just you get this perfect setup, just got allowed. And now either probably it has to be Rook e2. Like nothing else seems to be making any like not fighting back at all with the other moves. Like Rook f3 just forces the king. And nothing really happens. We also get actually check for free after Rook f3, so just have to go for Rook e2, and then Rook a7, and then Rook. We might see just the line that we just spoke about there. And Giri is, I think, very close to being the sole winner of the tournament, convincingly. No Buchholz.
No, you don't want to risk it today. So yeah, he kept pushing with no risks really. He had an extra pawn. I was thinking that even he probably saw that everyone made a draw and he still chose to fight, but he's fighting without with zero risk here.
Yeah. Yeah, there were those chances to make a draw, but I didn't like Black's decision to go for this bishop c5. I thought the bishop c3 was exactly for that reason much better way to do it, because nothing of this could happen. Okay, so he's choosing some new setup, defensive one, which we didn't look at. Can this hold?
We looked at it earlier, but here we thought that it doesn't reach the setup, the defensive setup really, no? Does king e3 and how does the g6 pawn get defended?
d5.
Rook f6.
And we have a check.
Okay. And king e4 is the point.
That's tricky, yeah. We're in time to play king e4. And the king is completely cut off. And here on king c3. Anyways, f4 pawn is... So we can just go rook a4. So it's not over. King d6. He found with on the last seconds, 11 seconds left on the clock, but went for king d6. So this is a very good try.
But isn't this possible to transpose to the rook f to the king f6 ideas? If we give a check and d6, the king goes to e6.
Yeah, now we have king e6. That's a big, again, improvement.
Yeah, of course. No, so the critical line has to be. Oh, what if we put the rook on f6? So check on a6, king e7. Okay, let's choose.
Sorry? Oh, oh,
I was
like.
thinking on the check on a6 and rook f6.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but now we have nowhere to go with the king.
No, but now I want d6.
d67. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, and our rook is kind of, it would like to be on the a file, not here.
Mm.
Okay, and in case of rook b1, d6, king f8.
D7, there's rook d1. Right, but now can I not bring the king to c5?
c5, a check. 5 or
Yeah.
something, a check. Check.
I can't get
And
my rook out anymore, no?
we can do that. And then the rook
Yeah,
can
we
go.
can do that. Yes.
Oh, how did that happen? No way to stop it?
No, I think at some point you could have gone king e8. So d6, king f8, king c5, for example. There's already no king e8.
Yeah, this is not
Maybe
easy.
rook d1. Maybe rook d1 there. So king
Yeah,
c5, rook d1,
but it's the same.
and king e8.
E8. Oh, wow.
Maybe like this.
Oh, wow. How is that possible? Can it hold? Yeah, now we are ready to give perpetual checks since king has nowhere to hide. Even on f5, we don't know how to take. We can just give checks forever.
Right, yeah.
Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. Nicely done.
No, so the critical line is indeed what you wanted to see, rook a6 and... I mean, rook f7, sorry.
But I think this is easier. For black, it's already easier than the other one. Because here, you make the most obvious moves, and they work. While in the other position, you have to come up with...
With a king e8
yeah.
defense.
And you had a plan for it already before. Once you're facing rook f6, in this moment you already had to plan the king e8 defense. Yeah, here, getting king around, we're just not in time.
Yeah, but there's enough time to play rook b6, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, now we can...
Rook
Yeah, this also doesn't work in any ways, because also, even this is just a draw.
yeah.
So on f5, we just have the most classical pawn endgame. And we see that Anishgiri, if there is no mistake with the transmission, is still thinking, spending all his time looking for some... Well, yeah, it's a big moment. You try to understand if it's winning or if there are tricks at all left or no, and what to do, which line to go for.
Is there any other try after rook a6, king d7?
Not immediately, but maybe we can try to shuffle pieces around again by some
no?
king e4 or something.
And I guess black will wait with rook c6. Or rook c3, sorry, yeah?
But
Or
that
rook.
feels like a strange place for a rook.
Rook b1.
Yeah, rook b1, yeah. Ah, but then we get a check. Oh, but now? Is that a different position or is it the same?
It's a bit different because the king is closer, but we don't know if it matters. So now, no, it matters because rook f6,
Oh,
it wins the pawn.
yeah, we don't get the exactly. So now this defense it doesn't work. So king e4. Oh, it's so hard to imagine to play this with by the board. So rook b1 might be just a mistake, a big one, because we can't stop the advance anymore.
And this is winning, yeah?
We can't stop king f6, king g7. So what to do after check and king
King
e4?
e4.
Such a nothing looking move, but does so much.
Mm.
I'm sure there is again some.
What about rook b7?
Uh,
So you don't give the check. King
but
e5.
yeah, passive defense probably is
Yeah,
over.
the thing is that I have no absolutely no moves now, I think.
Go.
Unless I go rook d7.
Yeah,
But
that's
d6 and
not gonna
no,
survive very long.
I don't think so, no.
The 8 d7 and checkmate.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the only game that we are following right now, and yeah,
Is it also the last game of the round?
now there is still Sabayeva playing with Jumbayev. That one is
Oh,
still on.
right. How are they
And
doing? Because she was playing for, let me just briefly check so you don't. We have a senior end game
okay,
here.
okay, but
This is a
uh,
draw.
this is a draw, so yeah, she might be
She
getting her
gets the
last
norm?
norm.
Oh,
We don't
that's so
know for
exciting
sure.
for her.
We don't know for sure, but could happen. Oh, and there's still a game
Yeah,
going on
I
also
just
here,
found it.
and Teodoro will be winning his
Oh,
game probably.
this one. There's also another one on board 24. So it's 3 games still playing. 4
King
games
c4
still
he
going on.
played. Oh, king c4 makes sense as well. Just
Yeah,
get
that's what
away
I
from
was
the
thinking
checks.
now. That's so easy, no? How did we not come up with this?
And now we
Okay,
have just
because rook
two
e4.
extra pawns. Two extra
No,
pawns after rook f7.
not really, no. Rook f7, rook e4.
d3?
I cannot take because rook d7, and this is it winning?
Yeah, this is already winning
F5
because
is winning.
yeah, just the king is too far away. Aha, okay, so this was not saving it. And now after rook a4 we're in time to get the position with king e3. We don't have to take the pawn on g6 immediately. Right?
Yeah, I
I
wanted to
hope
see
so.
this. Yeah, I think so.
So
I
rook
wanted to
a4.
see, yeah, rook a4, but rook a4.
And now king
Uh-huh.
e3. No, f5. Oh. Oh, and we have two extra pawns at rook f5.
Mm.
And that is... Then it doesn't matter how far the pawns are. They are like this protected with the rook in the middle. I think it's always with a long process, but just winning. Even when it's A and H pawns as well, it's also winning. just it takes a lot of time.
As long as it's not F and H.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
this looks winning.
king d5 takes, and rook here doesn't help because we give a check, and then we go g7. Well, it protected the g5 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And here
That's right.
though, yeah, so we can give a check or something, but we can't stop it. Yeah, there's just.
And now maybe bring the
And now I just bring the
king,
king around, yeah.
rook g8.
And just bring the king around,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not the king on g7. We shuffle
No.
pieces around and it's a draw, but we can't get the king around.
Wait, rook f7?
King g6. Yeah.
King g6. Okay.
Yeah, that's close.
Last
But
try, last try.
let's try. But yeah, here the opponent game is just winning enough. Okay, he's going for this king d5. So yeah, so the point was that here, after takes, this is just slow but lost, because king is just gonna step by step come over, push the rook back, come closer, then we'll get one file closer, one file closer, like this, gradually moving the pawns, and it's just gonna be winning. So he's going for this. And after f takes g6, I think he's gonna go for king e6, because rook g4 just loses immediately. Okay, he might give a check first, and then go king e6. But Anishgiri, I think, was down a bit on time.
But that's
Oh,
important in the position that we had. F6. Oh, f6?
no, I'm just thinking, why not f6?
King, yeah, king e6. Rook g7,
Yeah,
no?
and rook g7. And that's it. Okay, he takes on g6. He probably calculated it all already when he spent those 10 minutes calculating. He had them on the clock. He just found one way that it's winning, and he doesn't need any more of those. Like, the nice thing about these kind of endgames is that once you calculate it, you can calculate it very far ahead, because you don't have many variables there. It's just.
Yeah, but here, yeah, this endgame, king e6,
Yeah, this is what we were looking at.
f6.
Rook
This is
f6
the
and
same one,
g7,
yeah.
yeah. This is the same
And
one.
it's
And then,
just one tempo, one tempo. Too slow for black with the pawn endgame.
yeah, rook f6, it's very natural move, automatic, when you can do something like this. If it was only one g pawn, it would be draw, but there's two g pawns that makes a difference.
So we're most likely going to see the line that we were just looking at before.
Very educational rook endgame by Anishgiri. Just maybe a little bit also like why you should never, like, unless you for 100% know some defensive setup, that why you should never go for the pawn down position when you have an option to keep playing unpleasant position just with equal pawns.
This also seems to work because you keep both pawns basically, no?
So on rook a7, he's just gonna go king f3, I guess. That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah, just and rook g7, sure, you can take the pawn, but the king is cut off. This is the key.
He could also go king rook g6 if he didn't want to calculate anything. Rook f6, keep the pawn,
Oh,
and then
yeah,
bring
you
the
could
king.
even. That's also there, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, even like we don't need also two pawns in this position. Yeah, as long as we
Yeah,
got the
this is
king
also.
around, that's just it. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Not calculating whether the pawn endgame is winning or something like this after rook f6, g7. Just knows what he needs to do and just doing it.
Well, very nice finish. It was a great tournament for
And
Anish.
we will not need to wait for Buchholz. We will know for sure who is
No,
the winner.
only for the second and third places.
Yeah, there it's very unclear. And it's gonna be a very, very impressive performance, around plus 10 rating points, which is which is, I think, a very big deal on their rating for Sgîrcea here.
I'm sorry. The spring allergies are very strong today because it's also a little bit rainy. I think that's what's going on.
This
Well, we have
game will be
a.
over soon.
I was going to say that we have a partial standing on the on chess results right now. Some results have been put in, and we have partial standing here, where Abdusatorov still has half a point more than Indic, but I think they still miss results.
Yeah, they didn't enter all the middle pack of the tournament just yet,
Right.
which is exactly where
The
all the
important.
Buchholz is. Yeah, that's where Buchholz is located, in the middle of the table. And okay, so we can be seeing the result, I think, very, very soon. Just should be just a moment. Yeah, King G4, and is he gonna resign, or he's still gonna keep playing it on?
Maybe he can try some rook g8 or what? Waiting for white to give up the g pawn.
Which white won't do. They will just play, of course, simply.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to, of course. Yeah, rook f7 and king h5 also.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go King F5. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. Seems
Yeah,
like
rook f7.
And if Rook G7, then we can King F. Then we can go just away.
Mm-hmm.
Although
So many ways to win this.
he could try now, in this case, actually, this kind of defense. No, yeah, he's still maybe hoping, since I think actually King E8 maybe doesn't. Like the pawn endgame is not winning. If you exchange the rooks without changing the pawn structure, then it could be a draw. Since there's no way to break through. Yeah, King F5. I think he's gonna try Rook G7. There's no other move. And then perhaps Rook E6 and then King F6 just. That's
I
maybe
like the rook f7 and king h5. I thought it was.
Oh no, this is not winning anymore. Rook F7.
Ah,
Oh
yes.
no!
I remember this trick.
And now we can't even escape as King E5 anymore, because King gets to G7 and that's a draw. That's it.
Yes.
Oh, that would be something. But we
Nah,
can
he's
just
not
go
gonna
Rook
fall for
A6,
this.
yeah. And on King F8, we don't have to go King F6. We can give a check. And now we can just wait it out. And black has nowhere to go. Absolute Sutson. And then King F6, G7 coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's still a trick
To see
available.
that you can still lose this. Well, lose it. You don't lose it. You make a draw, but it feels like a loss.
Maybe
At
even
this
worse.
point.
Rook B6 played. Okay. King F8 he will play. And hope for the King F6.
He's still thinking about it.
Yeah. Rook B6, not Rook A6, I
Not
think,
rook e6, yeah.
for the reason that after check to go Rook A8 to be as far as possible with the waiting move. And King F8 is on the board, and only one winning move, Rook B8. Because, yeah, and it's played.
Yeah,
Of
very
course,
fast.
we cannot exchange the rooks, but we don't need to. White just has nowhere to go. It's funny that even Rook D8 is a winning move right now.
Let's see that. Ah, he plays rook a8 very fast. So the pawns are just very fast, no? Even if you give up the rook, basically.
Yeah, and the rook is in a cage but behind the king, so you cannot get out. Like you cannot again shuffle them around in any way. So you just trap the rook and then you promote the other pawn.
So it's so incredibly winning at this point.
And now resignation should come. I don't think there can be a trick left anymore.
It doesn't look like it. King has plenty of squares. There are no more stalemates.
And we have to take our black king away, and then king f6, g7, g8 is coming. I think he's probably resigning now, and your question is how fast they will put the kings on the board, that the result would be fixed, and we would also know that it's over. Sometimes it doesn't happen that players immediately after the game they start to clean the board, put the pieces on the board, and then the result doesn't get fixed. And then us commentators have to sit and wonder what is happening.
Yeah, but it sometimes happens that you have to fix it from the broadcasting app, even if the players do put the kings. Because if you don't stop the clock first and then put the kings, the result doesn't get recorded in the broadcasting app.
Ah, I didn't know that. Nice. That this is the decisive factor. That's good to know.
Yeah, I did the broadcasting part in the tournament that we organized, and I learned I had to learn a few things, and I learned this, for example,
I'll be
that
sure.
I had to set it from the app.
So I will be making sure to do that.
Stop the clock
Stop the
first.
clock. And we have the result. We have this result, and Anish Giri is officially the winner of Sharjah Masters 2025. Amazing
Congratulations
performance.
to him.
Congratulations. Great tournament. Convincing. Just grinding out all the chances and so on. At some point, taking a rest in the middle of the tournament, and then yeah, very strategical win.
And it could be that actually Indic will be second because as results get put in, I think everything got put in except two boards. Now, when I look at the standings, Indic has the better Buchholz by one and a
Big
half points.
by big margin, 1.5 points. That cannot change on 2 games. So wow, despite really tough round 7 and 8, still with a win in
Yeah.
last round, second place.
Well, it's I think that's at least nice for him because he has been fighting out on the first boards and we did see he miss some chances, so at least this is a nice um, recognition for his good play.
And also, I think it's very
Nice
logical.
reward.
And top 3 places, they all played just a very good tournament.
They
And
did.
so it's nice that they all stayed also just there. The most fighting and at this tournament in a way that like great games while fighting games. Yeah, it was all the top 3, and there was nobody that jumped up from the bottom of the standings like to catch up with them. But yeah, so congratulations to all of them. It was great to watch the games, to see the action live. Um, was super fun for me.
Yep. Same here. And I'm just checking Visara Saubaeva because her result got recorded and the performance is still over 2600, 2621. It's probably safe to congratulate her as well.
With
But
the
we have to wait
with the final GM norm,
for
yes.
the final GM norm, yeah.
And it seems that there are still some more norms that, as we mentioned, Mamedo Edgar made a norm. And then
Mm-hmm.
there's also Pang Tao from China, who finished seemingly the tournament by winning the last round against Akobia with
Ah,
a
he won
performance
it.
2601.
Oh, so just exactly what you need, yeah? You
Just
need
what you need.
2601.
So unless there is some rounding up error or something like this, then also he gets a norm there. And yeah, a lot of norms. Uh, but it was 5 points. The 5 points was needed. 4.5 was not enough for anybody to get an norm.
No. Yeah, actually all three players that we mentioned are on 5 points. So very nice, very good tournament for them as well. Congratulations to our winners. And I guess it's time to thank everyone for being here with us. Thank you, Toms,
Yeah, thank you, Raluca. It
for
was
the
a
pleasant
pleasure.
commentary this weekend.
And yeah, well, we'll be seeing you, I guess, everybody around in somewhere, different events on the streams, the Twitch channels, and so on.
And
So
maybe tournaments.
yeah,
Somewhere
maybe.
live.
Yeah. So thanks all for watching. Have a good rest of the Sunday. And with that, we are finishing the coverage of the Sharjah Masters 2025. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.